Welcome everyone. Hello and welcome to the BSI AAMI Conference on International Standards and Regulations. My name is Michael Kipping and it's my great pleasure to be chairing the second day of the conference this year. Day one went extremely well and we have an excellent lineup of speakers for day two. By way of introduction, I've had the privilege of working in a broad range of roles in the medical technology sector during my career. My passion for medical devices really developed at university and led me to undertaking research in orthopedic implants. I then spent the next 10 years of my life in industry, the medical device industry, largely working in cardiac rhythm management for companies like Guidant, Boston Scientific, before moving on to run Biotronic in UK and Ireland. After 10 years, I moved to MHRA, and really that's where my love of regulation and standards was really born. I was group manager responsible for safety and surveillance of medical devices in UK and worked really closely with stakeholders in UK, but also EU competent authority peers and colleagues, and worked on a number of high profile issues and re-engaged in the development of standards, which is a key area that we'll hear more about from our first speaker. I've also had the pleasure of working with hundreds of innovative health and life science companies whilst working at Innovate UK, and I'm now Director of Medical Technologies at a business called Element. I'm also an active standards member myself and part of CH194 Committee for Biological and Clinical Evaluation of Medical Devices. Now, this is the fifth time that BSI and AAMI have put on the UK-based version of the International Conference on Standards and Regulation. The first two were face-to-face, and this is the third virtual event. AAMI, in collaboration with the US FDA and BSI, have hosted the US-based event for over 30 years. It provides a unique platform to discuss developments in regulation of medical technology, associated standards, and their interaction. For those not familiar with the Association for the Advancement of Medical Instrumentation, so AAMI, it's a non-profit organization founded in 1967. It is a really diverse community united by one important mission: the development, management, and use of safe and effective health technology. AAMI is a developer of consensus standards, both national and international, for the medical device industry, as well as practical information, support, and guidance for health technology and sterilization professionals. Now, last Sunday, MHRA published their response to the consultation on future UK regulations, which provides insights into their future direction and intentions. It's really important to stress that this is a consultation response and it's not a regulatory text, which will obviously be forthcoming in due course. If you've had the opportunity to digest all 150 pages of the document, then and have questions, then we'll try and accommodate those through the day, as we do have a few speakers from MHRA. But that is the primary focus. Just some housekeeping points before we get started. So this is a listen-only webinar that is being recorded. We welcome your questions via the Q&A function. We'll hold a short Q&A section at the end of each presentation, probably sort of 5 minutes or so. And all you have to do is simply click on the Q&A button in the side panel and post your question. If you experience any technical difficulties, please submit your issue via the Q&A function as well. Upon completion of today's proceedings, we're really keen for you to undertake the feedback surveys. It's really, really helpful for us to understand how this sort of landed. And on the back of that, BSI will then forward the presentations and a recording of this webinar to you in due course. One final point is this is a CPD recognized webinar. So if you'd like a certificate sort of recognizes your attendance, then please request one via the feedback survey following the webinar. From a personal perspective, I'd like to thank Christos, Dimple, Paul and the BSI events team for running this event. And a huge thank you for Paul in particular at BSI, who's done a lot of the work in terms of putting this event together. I know it's been sort of particularly challenging with sort of COVID still around and trying to obviously sort of run the event virtually. So big thank you to Paul. Enough of me. On to the first presentation. I'm delighted to introduce Dr. Alison Cave, who will provide our opening keynote address. Alison is the Chief Safety Officer at MHRA, the Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency in the UK. She has a wealth of regulatory experience from her time at both MHRA and the European Medicines Agency, and she's worked in both strategic and operational capacities. Prior to being a regulator, she was head of cellular, developmental and physiological sciences at the Wellcome Trust, where she developed strategic priorities for that particular scientific area and led a team that provided advice and support to potential applicants and Wellcome funded investigators, to their research centres and also the Wellcome investments such as the UK Biobank. Prior to Wellcome, she also had 10 years as a senior academic in a top UK cardiovascular research unit at King's College London. So has a really broad wealth of experience. So I'm really looking forward to this opening address and hearing about MHRA, innovation, the new organisation and enhancing patient safety. So over to you, Alison.
Thank you very much, Michael, and thank you to the organisers for the opportunity to talk to you here today. As Michael says, I am Chief Safety Officer at MHRA, which gives me responsibility for the safety and surveillance of medicines and devices. So I'm speaking to you today a little bit about our new organisation at MHRA. It's just undergone a recent transformation and how we believe that will enhance patient safety. Oh, sorry. Yeah. So the MHRA is transforming how we regulate, and that's not just about our regulatory rules, and it's not just about transformation, it's not just about Brexit, and it's not just about finances, but it's about designing an organisation that is ready for the challenges of the future and is really ready to support the innovation in the medtech sector. And we have four main drivers here. The first is our proactivity, taking what we've learned from the pandemic and really trying to apply it to how we work in other areas, thinking more about how we can be proactive, especially in enabling innovation and early access to new medical products. We also need to think about our processes in our post-Brexit world, which of them are still fit for purpose, how can we add more value to support innovation, but also enable that early but safe patient access for innovative medical products. And a key step for the medtech sector, as Michael just mentioned, we just released the government response to our consultation, and that sets out a series of measures which will support us in our ambitions of risk proportionate regulation. We're also looking again at our partnerships. We're now a sovereign agency operating outside the European Union, and that gives us opportunities to set our own rules, make our decisions independently and as agilely as possible. Our relationship with Europe and EMA, of course, remains very important, but we are now strengthening our links further afield, and this is exemplified by a recent confirmation of our membership of ICH and IMDRF. And last but not least, certainly, it's about our people, and they're our biggest asset, and they've shown great dedication through the pandemic, and we're changing our organisation to make the most of the talent we have and attract and retain the best. So in the next 25 minutes or so, I'm going to discuss some of those aspects in a little bit more detail, but with an emphasis on safety. So this slide shows you our transformed organisation, and it starts with enabling scientific innovation in the science, research and innovation part of the agency. And it's, as you can see, it's organised across a product life cycle. And this section of the agency contains our clinical trial and our clinical investigation functions. It leads on global biological standards and is about the world's main producer and distributor of WHO international standards and reference materials. And it also leads on our regulatory science protocols. Healthcare quality and access is the team that undertakes the assessments of medicines, compliance with good practice disciplines, also responsible for the development of the regulatory framework for medical devices and the designation of approved bodies. It also contains registration function for medical devices and a new innovative devices group, which is led by Dr. Penny Wilson, and also contains teams focused on IVDs, software as a medical device, led by Dr. Johan Ordish, who we'll hear from later, and implantables. And this is a real statement of intent from the agencies as to the importance of supporting innovation in these areas. And the third area in the product life cycle is safety and surveillance, which is what is responsible for our vigilance work. It also contains our criminal enforcement unit, but also the development and optimization of our data approaches. And that's really very important for me. So it contains a new team, Scientific Data and Insight, which contains our device data capabilities, and also contains CPRD, Clinical Practice Research Data Link, which I'll touch on later, which leads on evolving and strengthening our evidence generating capabilities to support decisions about benefit risk, and that's both benefit risk of medicines and devices. And partnerships technologies are obviously key enabling functions for our transformations, and of course everything must be underpinned by financial sustainability. And this just provides a little bit more detailed description of our structure. It's probably really hard to see, but you can see stratified by our core functions, our corporate functions, our technology and our enablement. And for safety, I would just highlight here, if you can see my mouse here, our merged therapeutic benefit risk teams, integrating medicines and devices expertise under the guidance of Dr. Janine Jolly, who leads the Benefit Risk 2 group in safety and surveillance. And there we're merging these two expertise, which we think best places to manage the innovation that's coming down the line. So just with a bit more focus on the medical devices life cycle, if we think about the activities of devices carried out by the MHRA, they can be organised around the life cycle of a medical product. So from the clinical investigations area right through to exceptional use authorizations, registrations, approved bodies, and then through to the safety and surveillance aspects, which I lead. And these functions are now organised along the product life cycle, and that aligns with our approach with medicines, but also our one agency approach. So that's just a really brief description of our structure and where our devices functions are now positioned. But for the remainder of this talk, I'd like to focus on safety, and I will mainly focus on the post-authorization space, post-approval space. But I would like to emphasize that safety, while safety may be monitored and managed there, it is really in our vision to engineer it in across the whole product life cycle. But if we think more deeply about the surveillance space, I would say that the Independent Medicines and Medical Devices Safety Review, which I'm sure you're all familiar with and which was launched 2 years ago, posed us a number of challenges at the MHRA. It asked us how to strengthen the patient voice in order to build a system that listens, hears and acts, but with speed, compassion and proportionality. It told us the system does not know, so neither do we. And it highlighted that the system could not identify adverse outcomes in a timely manner. And it asked us to ensure that post-market vigilance was comprehensive, was high quality, and noted that it could be greatly facilitated by digital technology and big data. And it's these comments which are really underpinning all I'm doing in my role at MHRA to try and reshape how we deliver patient safety and to build a system that really does know. But alongside this, we must support innovation. And for me, that is encapsulated in our delivery plan and which, while challenges me to deliver a more responsive safety and surveillance and risk management system, also sets out a number of other deliverables, including a review of the medical devices and risk management system, improving the model of our devices advisory committee, and also improving the signal detection process, delivering on transparency, all with that ambition to enable safe and early access of new innovative technologies to patients in the UK. So with this in mind, my approach to delivering on patient safety is really underpinned by the 4 areas that I've set out there: a responsive and agile regulatory system, and that delivers on patient safety, but it also ensures availability of medical devices and supports innovation. To meet the Cumberledge challenge of a system that knows, we do need to evolve and strengthen our data capture. And alongside that, we're thinking about the benefits and risks of medical products, and then we need to do better on defining and understanding those benefits, because without any benefit, all risk is too great. And lastly, we do want to support innovation, as failing to do that delivers indirect harm by failing our patients and our public, failing to provide them with the new and potentially more effective treatments. So I'm just going to run through a few high-level thoughts about each of those areas. So first of all, responsive regulation, which we've already touched on today and was a big topic yesterday, and it's key. And as such, the ambition set out in the Life Science Vision and several other reports, some of which I've highlighted here, but there are many more, are timely and important. The UK needs to be a best-in-class regulatory environment, needs to provide that, and that needs to meet the challenge and the needs of the more routine or traditional devices, but also the challenge of innovation in this very fast-moving field. And as I've highlighted, if we are to be innovative in our approach, it needs to be underpinned by a robust safety and surveillance system. And as was discussed again at yesterday's opening and today, the government response on the consultation for the future regulation of medical devices was published on Sunday. And this provides a platform from which we will build. It will, of course, be supported by additional guidance documents from the MHRA, and some of those are set out at the bottom left of this slide, because this approach will support well the devices world, where the speed of change is fast and an agile regulatory system is needed to support that innovation. So the response document sets out 5 main objectives which will underpin the legislation: strengthening the MHRA power to act to keep patients safe, making the UK a focus for innovation, the best place to develop and introduce innovative medical devices, addressing healthcare inequalities, and therefore mitigating biases throughout the medical device product life cycle. Proportionate regulation, which supports businesses through access routes that build on synergies with the EU wider global standards, and also setting world-leading standards, building the UK CA mark as a global exemplar. But again, everything that we do must be underpinned by patient safety. It's the heart of what we do. And as such, the proposed changes are intended to improve the ability of both the manufacturer and the MHRA to identify issues with a medical device, and where necessary, take the appropriate action to safeguard public health. So the response highlights a number of areas where we believe new legislation could improve patient safety and strengthen the level of post-market surveillance activities conducted in the UK for medical devices on our market. So, for example, introducing a range of more stringent pre- and post-market requirements for medical devices, including for clinical evaluations and performance studies, which again drives up patient safety standards right across the product life cycle. So at the start of that product life cycle, regulating medical devices more stringently, ensuring medical devices receive that adequate scrutiny before they reach the market, sufficient post-market surveillance and responsiveness, of course, to any post-market issues. Strengthening accountability of manufacturers, imports and distributors. Clarifying there the requirement for manufacturers to implement a post-market surveillance system in respect of all devices on the market. Enhanced requirements for approval approved bodies, designation, audits and transparency, all within the response document, and increasing device traceability, as well as tackling those potential equity issues in medical devices. So central to my approach, as I've indicated earlier, is to evolve and strengthen data capture for medical devices, because that's the best way I can manage safety. And currently at MHRA, we have different vigilance systems for collecting spontaneous data across MHRA and across different areas of medical products. So different systems for medicines, different systems for devices, and different systems for defective products. And what we're looking to do in our transformed structure is to bring all of these sources of information together under a common integrated vigilance platform. One team with oversight of all safety issues on medical products, signal detection across all products, common approaches to risk assessment and risk management with that, as I said, those integrated risk-benefit teams and common communications. And this system is called Safety Connect and delivers, importantly, for the future, a number of technology offerings on this platform to improve our signal detection. So, for example, just some of them are set out here on this slide. We will have a scalable case management system that will capture reports across all medical products, and that will also allow us to automate our systems. It will allow us to exploit machine learning and other analytical approaches, and that will improve our assessment and characterization of signals. And we implemented some of this, some of these advances already in COVID, through the COVID pandemic, to help us manage the huge volume of case reports that we received as part of the COVID-19 vaccine deployment program. We'll also have a new workbench to support our monitoring and signals and to help the benefit risk analysis. And we'll also be delivering real-time reporting and analytics for both static reports and data exploration. But one of the things we really want to improve is our signal detections. And as I said, we're looking to apply automation based on our existing manual processes, but to see where we can increase efficiency, increase our sensitivity to detect signals, but also extend our analysis. So, for example, we can set up specific alerts for designated conditions that we may be worried about, to save searches and to prevent us having to rerun algorithms. We can also enrich our data collection, adding additional data, for example, from the free text field, using natural language processing to support triage and handling of cases. And just giving you an example of how we can maybe analyze narratives by clustering here through a word cloud. And also there, we're really looking to see how we can extend some of our assessments using these sort of technologies to incorporate better patient-reported outcome measurements. And we've learned through COVID that these tools learn from the data and they do improve over time. And I would just say that the UDI number here and the registration database that we've built at MHRA will be a game changer in really enabling us to identify the devices and the version of the device accurately, enabling us to really start to track which device is potentially causing the issue, and also then better track those long-term patient outcomes. And I'll touch a bit on that later. This system also allows us to have a visual display of data mining areas, almost like heat maps across different products. And here I show you two medicines, but it's also possible to do over different devices. So here, two different products of a similar class, and where are the similarities in the signals that we're seeing across these two products. And as I mentioned, we're introducing quantitative alerts of devices across GMDN collective terms grouped at 3 different levels, and that will allow us to identify general alerts, but also, as I've tried to indicate here, see patterns across groups of devices and device types. And we're also very keen to work with our NHS colleagues to determine how we can integrate new advances that they may be implementing into our safety surveillance and into our data capture. And one area I'm particularly interested about is Scan for Safety, and that supports trusts to use barcoding scanning technology at the point of care. And what this is aiming to do is to capture and link the product that was used in any particular intervention, here the implantable medical device, but all of the associated consumables which may have been used in the procedures. The people involved in the procedure, the clinicians as well as the patients, and the place, the specific theatre where a procedure took place. And that will enable us to really start to build a picture of an intervention and of the associated events that took place at the intervention, ultimately link that with the patient for that longer term patient outcomes. And this project, I'm sure you'll all be aware of this, builds on previous experience of Scan for Safety. And that was a pilot where 6 NHS trusts implemented regular point of care scanning, which ensured actually complete traceability of healthcare items. It secured millions of pounds worth of savings through this pilot and also released thousands of hours of clinician time. And it enables this data capture, this is what's so critical, the data capture at the point of care. It allows full visibility of the patient and device data at that point of care and of the patient journey. And then, as I mentioned, paves the way to realizing what are these elements which influence the performance of a medical product, but also then any risk that then emerges in the future. And better an understanding of that, I think, could really revolutionize patient safety for those higher risk implantable medical devices. And we've seen, that very much through the Cumberledge report in the mesh issues. So in the interest of time, let me move on. As I've kind of indicated, understanding benefit risk is a key part of the assessment of any safety issue. But given some of the limitations on linking device to long-term patient outcome is one of our biggest challenges. So how do I better define those critical benefits and risks for devices in the context of some of the challenges that we see in the medtech market? So the complexity of the market is not only in terms of numbers, but also the speed of change of devices as they improve and iterate. Identifying appropriate effectiveness measures which keep pace with this speed of iteration. And here I'm really keen to explore, as I indicated before, how we incorporate patient-reported outcomes and lifestyle factors, capturing those long-term outcomes, the human factors, which I'm hoping that Scan for Safety would help with, but also increasingly potential indirect harm from poorly performing in vitro diagnostics or companion diagnostics, and also the onward surveillance of software as medical device and AI algorithms. And ultimately, the vision is to understand the impact of risk mitigation interventions. And that's why evolving our evidence generation, evolving and strengthening our evidence generation is so critical. We need to improve the quality, availability, and linkages of our real-world data for devices. And there's much we can learn here, I believe, from medicines, where complex healthcare databases, including disease-focused, more in-depth disease-focused registries with multiple data linkages, really start to deliver those longitudinal outcomes, capture data across different care settings, and enable the following and tracking of a medical intervention with the patient. And we're fortunate at MHRA of having access to CPRD, and CPRD is a database of primary healthcare records, providing healthcare currently on 16 million active patients and many more historic patients, providing that long-term follow-up, a medium of 10 years, up to with 25% of more than 20 years follow-up. And enabling, I hope, in the future, especially with the intervention of UDI, capturing that link between a medical intervention and an outcome. And the important thing here is this data is very representative, currently captures actually almost 1 in 4 of every GP practice in the UK. And the challenge here is for us to understand how we can better use these sorts of data sources to support our device benefit risk assessments. Another key data source, which I'll touch on very briefly, of course, is registries. They do have the ability to provide much more detailed data capture on specific disease conditions, very important for safety, and importantly across care settings. And MHRA currently is really trying to support the development of a comprehensive system of medical device registries with a focus on patient safety. But they must be embedded in the healthcare delivery system. And then again, data collection must be integrated with the workflow of the clinical teams. And again, I just would emphasize that linkages across care setting and records is really required to capture those long-term outcomes. But here, the National Joint Registry is a key example of what can be achieved. It's considered to be an exemplar registries, and it really does provide excellent regulatory quality real-world evidence. And it's frequently used as a post-market surveillance tool to detect poorly performing orthopedic devices. And we have access to this data for our analysis. And I've just shown you on the right-hand side some recent examples of the potential power of these types of data sources in understanding performance and safety of medical devices. But just to re-emphasize, for all of these data needs, the UDI system would really enable the unambiguous identification of a medical device, and that will enable the traceability of that device, and in doing so significantly enhance the effectiveness of our post-market surveillance activities. So last but not least, supporting innovation. I've already really touched on that today. And the regulatory challenge here is really managing the balance between encouraging innovation and new treatment options while not compromising patient safety. And there are some gaps here which we need to be cognizant of and develop activities and approaches to manage. We need to meet the challenge of these increasingly complex medical devices and diagnostics. We're seeing more combination products, drug device combinations, and also in the future, companion diagnostics and other in vitro diagnostics. We're really going to drive that personalized medicine approach, crossing the boundaries between medicines and devices and diagnostics, and, determining whether a patient or not receives a medicine. So that's the indirect harm. Regulation of AI machine learning, I know it's going to be touched on later, and the onward surveillance of that. How frequently do we need to reassess the accuracy and sensitivity of these algorithms? How do we assess the potential bias, and how do we validate those algorithms and compare across algorithms? There's obviously an explosion in digital health products, which we need to manage, and we need, as I said, to capture and incorporate patient-reported outcome measures. And all of that, I would say, would be underpinned by evolving and strengthening our evidence generation capabilities. And one of the ways that we're thinking or looking and exploring into doing so is to use more synthetic data sources in supporting the regulation, for example, of AI medical devices. So high fidelity synthetic data, and CPRD has launched such an initiative, has the potential to assist with some of the major challenges of AI and machine learning. And namely, for example, facilitating access to training data, which must be representative in order to ensure that we don't have bias in these products, better access to validation or that benchmarking data sets, filling gaps in data that would otherwise exist, partly because of the challenge of ensuring patient privacy, and also potentially boosting sample sizes. So I think there's lots of opportunity in synthetic data, lots of opportunity to potentially link data sets through such approaches. And that's definitely something for the future. And partnerships will be absolutely key here to delivering on adequately supporting innovation. The delivery of care and the management of clinical care is inextricably linked across these partners. If we implement risk minimization activities, we are dependent on our partners to implement them effectively. That will be even more so in new integrated care, but integrated care pathways. And we're very much looking to work with these partners in our work. Obviously, international partners really remain important to us to ensure that as a sovereign regulator, we have a voice on the international stage, but maybe even more importantly, because as we seek to collaborate internationally to develop those new guidances and harmonize as much as possible the regulatory thinking. And as I've mentioned already, MHRA is now a full member of the International Medical Devices Regulatory Forum. So I hope that's given you a bit of a taster and a sense of where we are at MHRA. And in the last couple of seconds, I just want to remind you of those 4 sort of elements that are really underpinning our transformation, to remind you of our delivery plan, but also to emphasize our patient involvement strategy. So we really embed the patient voice and the patient perspective in everything that we do across the product life cycle. And our patient involvement strategy was recently launched. So thank you very much, and happy to take any comments or questions.
Thank you, Alison. That was great. Thank you for taking us through all of that. Lots and lots of questions coming in. A lot of them around the consultation and capacity and stuff. So I will pose some of them, but I'll caveat it with, obviously this isn't the area that you're personally responsible for, and you know, obviously, you know, there'll be clarity in due course. But one question is, do you have a sense of when there might be a formal legislative text published? No. Okay.
No, I can't give you a timeline at the moment, I'm afraid, on that.
The next sort of theme is around certainty and capacity. I'm sure you kind of had this question quite a lot. You know, we know there's not enough notified body capacity in EU, even though they're you know, ramping up recruitment. And so the consultation talks about potentially extending CE mark for 3 to 5 years. But have you got any sense of what the agency might look to do in terms of building sovereign capacity, or perhaps taking responsibility within the agency? Any sort of thoughts around that?
Well, in terms of approved bodies, we know there are 3 approved bodies tolerantly designated in the UK, you know, as part of our previous regulations. And of course, we recognise the importance of having competent approved bodies in place to ensure that continuity of supply. And that's really why we've put in those transitional arrangements, which are set out in the government response. Of course, actively engaging with approved bodies on an ongoing basis, reviewing applications, really, you know, in order to add to the number of partner organisations who've expressed that interest in becoming designated. So yes, absolutely conscious of this need. We understand the anxiety, and we're working very hard to manage that space. But the transitional arrangements here should, well, will help, I hope, in managing some of those concerns.
Thank you. So we'll move a bit more into your realm of focus now. So there's a question here from Tom. It's, as we look at the state-of-the-art definition, do you see more patient involvement driving this?
Very much so. That's very much our ambition and our vision, because we want, well, we certainly, in my vision, is to embed patient engagement very early, for example, in the assessment of any signal, to, instead of go to a patient voice potentially at the end of an assessment, to start with hearing that patient voice, and then your assessment is really informed by that patient voice as you look at the data. So absolutely embedding that, and it will also be obviously a continuum of how we engage with patients. You know, in some instances it will be much more extensive engagement, where we have a really sort of significant safety issues. In other issues, it may be going to patient charities, going to particular disease charities. And we recently had that sort of engagement through an insulin pump issue that was recently announced, going to patients, understanding their experience with that particular advice, and that informs what the action that we then take. So very much our ambition, and definitely looking to do that more proactively and more systematically going forward.
Great. And one last one. In June, the Regulatory Horizons Council published a report closing the gap, getting from principles to practices for innovation-friendly innovation. It's just recommendations. So one of the recommendations is for UK regulators to take account of commercial considerations and the need to attract investment, and thinking about the cost benefit of regulation on innovation. Is that something that the agency will look to do? So in terms of, you know, the partnerships you outlined, they're all sort of within government. So you're looking at sort of engagement in a slightly different way with industry, perhaps?
Well, I think I mean, fundamentally, I would emphasize that patient safety is number one. Number two is not giving overly onerous regulation. Of course, we'll look to harmonize where we can. We'll look to work with partnerships where we can, with the predominant focus of ensuring that the medical devices that are put on the UK market are as safe as possible. But of course, we're conscious of the challenges faced by the industry, and will work with you as much as possible to ensure that that any transition is as smooth as possible, and that I think risk proportionate regulation is the key term I would like to use. You know, where we have high risk, we'll have higher scrutiny. Where there's lower risk, we can be more proportionate.
That's great. Thank you ever so much for your answering those questions and for the presentation. It's been really helpful. So I think now we'll have to move on. So thank you very much, Alison. Okay, so the next section, we're going to be looking at sustainability, NHS net zero, remanufacture and reprocessing of medical devices. We've got 3 speakers for you. We've got Cormac O'Prey, Lena Cordy-Bancroft and Nicole Fletcher. And what we'll do is we'll wait until we've been through all 3 presentations and then take questions at the end of all 3. So Cormac is director at Kestrel Consulting Group, which is an independent product development agency, and that he set up in 2017. And this followed a 27-year career in product development with an emphasis on medical device consultancy. He's worked on a broad range of products from drug delivery, ophthalmic, surgical, medical, diagnostic products, and is still, that's still the core focus of Kestrel today. In parallel with this, he's been working on cross-sector standards and best practice guidelines for sustainable design and manufacture since the early 2000s. Has a real sort of depth of knowledge in this space. And he heads up the committee on the application of British Standard 8887 to sustainable design and manufacture in the medical sector. So over to you, Cormac, and I'll introduce the other 2 speakers when we come to you.
Let me just wait for my camera to come up. Thank you very much, Michael, and thank you very much, Alison, for a really interesting set of slides. There's a couple of topics which you touched on, which I look forward to coming back to in my slides, as I think we may be able to offer some ways to improve what you're looking for. So as Michael said, we put together really a 3-bladed propeller of presentations, looking firstly from the point of view of the customer, in this case Nicole, who is a sustainable procurement lead for NHS, is really front and center of the people we should be speaking to as designers and manufacturers of medical devices, because that's who we're inevitably going to be selling them to, and it's important that we understand what their requirements and objectives are when it comes to sustainability in medical devices. Very early in the conversation about what do we do about sustainable design and manufacture in medical, the question comes up about, well, what's the regulatory point of view? We've never really done it before. This is fairly recent innovation in the medical device sector. So what's the regulatory position in terms of what we can and what we should do? So Lena Cordy-Bancroft, who's sector lead for medical devices or BSI, will help to answer some questions for that. And then finally, I'll be giving you 15 to 20 minutes on what we do at the coalface. As Michael mentioned, I'm a practicing medical device design engineer, project manager, and developer. It's what I do. I've got 2 projects underway at the moment on medical devices. So I'm pretty much at the sharp end, and I'm interested in answers to the questions. If you want to introduce sustainable design and manufacturing for medical devices, how do you do it? Where do you start? What's your inputs? What's expected of you? And what's the overall argument for any manufacturers to actually take the steps needed to get more sustainability into the organization? So having framed that, I'm now going to hand over to Nicole, who is hopefully all queued up, and she will tell us from her point of view what the NHS is looking for in terms of sustainable medical device manufacturing. Over to you, Nicole.
Thank you. So, excuse me. So Sorry, I should have had a sip of water before I started talking, by the seams of I'm going to talk to you about what we're doing at the NHS, and as Cormac rightly pointed out, we're I guess a key customer in this area. So we've got a broad program that we have set up that covers all the different ways that we're trying to move towards net zero. And medical devices are a key area of that. And I lead on the operational interventions work stream under the sustainable procurement team, which very much is looking at what we're doing on medical devices. So just to give you a bit of an overview of kind of where we're at and in terms of the scale of the footprint and what supply chain means to us. For anybody who's not aware, back in late 2020, the Delivering a Net Zero NHS report was released. It is something that I think has gained a lot of traction throughout the healthcare sector, very much recognising that the climate emergency is also what we refer to as a health emergency. The impacts that there are going to be on health on our system and how we continue to deliver our service are going to be substantial. And at the same time, there's a recognition that we are a large part of the problem. We are accounting for something around about 4% of the UK's emissions in healthcare, which means we have a massive opportunity and responsibility to make a difference. And of that, you can see almost sort of, 2/3 of the emissions of what's considered under the healthcare system are sitting within the supply chain. So that's an awfully big task for my colleagues in my team and others to try and address. And we've got a number of ways that we're trying to do that, which I'm going to give you a bit of an overview of. So, as I said, in terms of background, we had that net zero report that came out that sort of set the benchmark of this is what the problem is and this is where we want to start taking action. Alongside this, in terms of what the Sustainable Procurement team looks at, is the remit of modern slavery. And absolutely, this is something that we consider very important and is getting even more traction, being with further requirements being put into the Health and Care Act that we'll need to take on board. So yes, we want net zero, but not at the cost of modern slavery. And then we've got overarching that the social value policy that we are taking forward and have been for a bit over 12 months now through NHSE. And then more recently through the rest of the system that picks up the broader issues in terms of social, environment, and economic beyond modern slavery and net zero. So we are looking at the full package of areas in that sense. So in terms of the way that we are structured and what we're trying to do, we are very much looking at trying to address it through 3 different areas. We've got procurement practice, which is procurement practice, which is very much around what are we actually putting into our documentation, what's going into our contracts as standard, and how do we then take it a step further. So that's something that we're working across the system in terms of getting consistency there in terms of delivering net zero and social value. We've got a supplier engagement part of our program. We recognise that absolutely we need suppliers to come with us and that we need to work with them and help them to understand what our expectations are, and we're looking for them to align to our approach in terms of our targets and helping them to do so. And then we've got the operational interventions area, which I said is the area that I lead on, which is around trying to get the system to actually change what it demands. So what are the products that we're buying and how do we buy different versions of them, if you like, that are in some form or other lower carbon. Just jump 1 or 2 forward. So in terms of giving the supply chain an understanding of what we're trying to do and where we're heading, one of the things that we released a little while ago, which I think is really quite valuable in terms of helping the supply chain to understand when we've got these targets that are substantial targets in terms of trying to achieve net zero within the NHS and then within the wider NHS supply chain by 2045. What does that mean? How are we going to get there? And what are the things that we're going to expect to see of suppliers along the way? So we've set out our roadmap with the various stages that we're expecting to see in terms of getting there and how that will be applied. And we have had a lot of feedback from suppliers so far that this is actually really helpful. It gives a clear pathway of what they need to do and by when to help them to start to make progress and focus their efforts. So the first thing that we've got is we've launched our Evergreen supplier framework. At the moment, we're doing a small-scale piloting of that with a select number of suppliers, and then we'll look to expand that further out in the near future. And we've also, as I mentioned, introduced the social value model of the 10% minimum weighting into contracts. So in terms of our documentation, since April of this year, that's been a requirement for all tenders that are across the system. And I've also heard from a number of suppliers saying they're starting to see that come through as standard and welcome that, because I guess it gives a bit more than just perhaps what some people might think of as lip service. It gives a clear intention that we are expecting improvement and activity in this area, and as a result we will actually put part of the evaluation weighting towards that to ensure that we're getting better outcomes in that area. We are then taking on board also one of the other policy notes that's come out of the Cabinet Office around carbon reduction plans, and the requirement that initially with contracts over 5 million, suppliers will need to provide a carbon reduction plan, and that will be considered as part of qualifying criteria for tenders. But we think it's really important that we go beyond that. We're not going to get to net zero if it's only those very large contracts that are starting to do this. A carbon reduction plan is absolutely what we need from suppliers in terms of starting to think about how they get there. So we're looking to apply that to all of our tenders from April 2024. And then we've also recognised that there is a need to sort of say, well, we want you to be aligned to our targets, but we know that can take time internally to get yourself there. But we absolutely want that. So we're setting a deadline in that sense, in that by April 2027, in order to qualify for our tenders, you will need to have a carbon reduction plan that aligns to the targets that we have put in place. We do also expect to see progress on that, but not at 2027. We recognise that this is, as I said, a stepping process, but by 2030, we would expect to see that those plans are also demonstrating what progress is being made that is in alignment with those targets. And we know that to get to there, we need to have better information that helps us to think about how do we think about the buying decisions we make. And so we set the target of April 2028, in terms of having individual products footprinted. And that might still seem like quite a way off, but we know actually in reality it's not, in terms of working out, well, what does that mean? What's the minimum standards for footprinting? Is there a different standard or light touch approach that might be for very low value items, or how do we deal with that? How do we check that what we're getting is actual clear footprinting and not greenwash? So that's why we're working on that already. We're starting to look at how we can set some standards, how we can work with all sorts of organisations that are already leading in these areas. And that's our plan of how we're going to get to 2045. But to get there, we also need to be thinking about, well, what are we doing now in terms of that area of changing demand? So we've set out the 13 areas of interventions, which are the focus to take us up to 2025. This is all got a wealth of data that sits behind it that is constantly being cleaned and reviewed and improved upon. So we will have a different version of what these interventions look like in the next few years, but this gives us the starting point of where to focus. And so things like metal instrument reprocessing, reducing single-use plastics, looking at reuse and refurbishment of devices, which very much comes into the area of medtech we were talking about. And those two large areas of green emissions that we're looking to reduce down the bottom there, that's what makes up the approach for the supplier engagement activity that we're trying to do. So I mentioned in terms of the supplier engagement activity, we've got the Evergreen approach. It is currently going through a pilot process. We do have a range of criteria that we've set up in place that addresses what we would see to be minimum expectations of suppliers in order, essentially, what you need to be able to achieve to qualify for a tender, right through to what's the level that would be at those that are the most mature and are influencers. We have consulted with a range of trade bodies relevant to across all of the areas of supply in terms of when we started to set the criteria and thinking about what that looks like. So we've very much taken on the supplier side input into that. It does cover net zero across all the levels, but it also brings in modern slavery and more broadly looking at global sustainability leadership and how we can make sure that what we're trying to demonstrate sort of stretches across the range of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. So it's not just all about net zero. So as I said, we're going through a process at the moment with a small number of suppliers doing some testing of that, very much looking at the sorts of evidence that can be provided, how we can provide assurance of the quality of that evidence, the sorts of questions we ask and the like. So that's a process that we're going through at the moment, working towards essentially having a broader system that will be then built into our e-portal for tendering and contract management. So I mentioned the social value model. So this is the Cabinet Office social value model that we've adopted. We've already had over 12 months worth of time using this in NHS England. And we have since April had this being rolled out right across the system. We've got lots of training that we do with the different trusts to try and help make sure that they're getting on board and they're thinking about how to use this. And we are seeing lots of good results starting to come through for this. It still is quite early days in terms of tenders actually going through to fruition, but as I said, we are seeing some results. And one of the things that we've identified that's made this, I guess, more specific to the NHS is that we've said, because we see climate change as a health emergency, we expect that in every tender, the fighting climate change theme is a priority that will be included as part of that 10% weighting. And then from there, the other sorts of themes will be determined based on local risk levels and also the nature and relevance in terms of the actual procurement as to how the other themes are taken up. But fighting climate change will always be those. We've got a range of things that we've been doing in terms of trying to push that demand, trying to shift the demand for the types of products that people are seeing. So right down from what sort of my audio back now. So we're very much looking at what we refer to as the 5 R's approach, which is around looking at how do we initially reduce what's the product, whether that's about components of it, consumables, packaging, or the actual product itself. How do we do that potentially through reuse? And then how do we look at things like reprocessing and renewable materials and the like. So we produce how-to guides in these areas. We're still kind of early days in terms of the numbers that have been issued, but we've got a remanufactured medical devices for surgical devices guide out there, and we've also got a reuse of walking aids guide, and we've got further guides that we're looking to produce over the course of this year. And that very much tries to give the practical assistance to trust to the wider system around how do you actually do this? What are the key things that you need to consider? What's the business case on this? What's the carbon reductions, the financial implications? What's the legal risk? Who are the key people that you need to speak to? What's the situation and understanding in terms of from an infection control perspective? What contracts are these kind of things set out in, and how do you access them? So it's very much the kind of, here's all the basic information you need in order to be able to move forward in doing that. And then alongside that, we do look to see, and what are the things that we could do in the background to improve, particularly frameworks through NHS supply chain, so that the next iteration of those frameworks is even more supportive of moving in that direction of the net zero products. First iteration is very much around they're available, and the second round is how do we go further in that in terms of driving more use in that area. So just to give you a very quick feel in terms of the medical device remanufacturing guide, as I mentioned, these guides, they're very similar format. We've got the business case there that clearly sets out for these particular devices that yes, there are cost savings to be made, and there is a clear carbon saving to be made that's backed up by a life cycle assessment that we know in terms of how we can put these in terms of the impact on staff time. This is not something that is a burden. This is something that they can very much take forward, and that this aligns to organisational policy in terms of the direction we want to head. And then I think the other thing that this quite often is as a slide that I think really works to capture people's understanding of where we're trying to get. We're trying to move away from having an awful lot of products that are very much designed and consumed in a way that is a very linear approach to produce and then throw away at the end. And actually you're looking to make sure that these devices, wherever possible, as much as possible, come back in a more circular loop, whether that's about reprocessing a device, whether it's about remanufacture or capturing for recycling. That's going to vary depending on what the kind of devices are and the opportunities, but it's very much around how do we move in that more circular approach so that we have a lot less waste in the system, a lot less resource usage, and essentially a lot lower carbon. And we're also recognising that there's far wider benefits in terms of resilience of supply, and that's certainly been a challenge across the sector, with lots of, I guess we should say, bumpiness, if you like, in the supply chain across different areas, whether it's about delivery vehicles or access to raw materials. So we know that having that resilience, which is really important for patients to be able to do the procedures they need, that moving in a more circular direction is supportive of that. And I think that might be, yes, that's my last slide. So thank you.
Thanks, Nicole. I think up next, so we'll take questions at the end of all three presentations, but up next is Lena. Lena is a sector lead for medical devices on British Standards Knowledge Solutions Division, where she's responsible for working with industry and government stakeholders to resolve issues surrounding the development and designation of medical devices standards. She also provides subject matter expertise and thought leadership to strengthen and promote the use of standards, whilst also looking at trying to influence the strategy of healthcare standards through innovation and collaboration. She's actively involved in AAMI sterilisation standards and is the convener of ISO TC 210 Working Group 3. She's also sort of heavily involved in the Regulatory Affairs Professional Society, RAPS. So over to you, Lena.
Great, thank you. And I'm pleased to be here for day 2 of the ISC, and hopefully sharing some more insights related to sustainability in medical device and healthcare. And I think what you'll see are some very common themes between what Nicole spoke about and what I'm going to mention, and then also what Cormac will get into. So the continuity should be pretty strong here on this one. But so I'm going to start out. The sustainability is really this next regulatory challenge. As if you are in regulatory, there's always something for us to do. Just when we thought that, oh yay, we were over the hurdles of the MDR, or the major hurdles, and there's still some out there for the MDR and IVDR. Now we have the new UK, we have Brexit and the new UK regulation, and now this big push with sustainability. So it's a really fun and exciting industry to be in. I mean, wow, we couldn't pick a more vibrant career, I guess. But yeah, so in the big challenge with sustainability in healthcare medical devices is really how and where do you start? I've brought it up in some different meetings and groups that I'm in, and at first manufacturers are like, well, what do you mean sustainability? This is healthcare medical devices. We're concerned about patient safety, and we can't compromise that. So it kind of becomes this battle of, well, is it earth health versus patient safety health? What are we we need to make some compromises here and figure out a way to really work together and work on both in order to help us all live healthier lives. You know, and there are some cost benefit issues that to consider. With all change, there's going to be some costs, but and not all of it will have this great cost benefit ratio. But you know, there will be some out there. Another challenge, especially that's significant for the regulatory world, is the post-approval change, and then the required regulatory approval if you are making changes to a device that you know that's already been approved. You're making changes for the sustainability initiatives, and that's a significant change. And now you need to go through an approval process again with the regulators. You know, what are regulators going to do in order to minimize that burden of having to get that post-approval change? So I think that's something that, from a regulatory perspective, that we can really work with the regulators on to address in support of sustainability. And then, of course, we have supply chain and product availability. Wow, that's a tough one for me to say today. Product availability issues or concerns that, you know, what's going to happen downstream with significant changes, and, you know, having to change your suppliers and products and so on. And then I'm very pleased to see here that I also referenced 5 hour, some 5 R's, but deviated slightly from Nicole's by using remanufacture rather than renewable. So maybe she and I need to get together and come up. Maybe we change it to the 6 R's, so we can cover all the bases there. But I think there really is a misperception that there is no room for sustainability in healthcare, that to do so would compromise the ultimate goal of patient safety. But really, I think that's a cop-out that industry manufacturers use to avoid the inevitability of the change. There are many different opportunities, big and small, that we can look at to make a difference. With the pre-MDR, IVDR medical device issues that we're familiar with, and the ongoing cases of hospital-acquired infections from the use of scopes that maybe were not processed correctly, or instruments that are not cleaned, you know, there was a significant move to the use of single-use devices. This was further emphasized during COVID and the use of single-use or disposable PPE, face masks, gloves, gowns, and so on. But we can and should expect to see that pendulum is going to start to swing back to the use of reusable devices again, thanks to sustainability. Now, that's not to say that there isn't a need for single-use devices and that we're going to get rid of them entirely. I'm not saying that at all. But I think, and we should not expect a decrease in patient safety. The impacts of removing all single-use devices would be extremely detrimental to healthcare in general, and then the availability of devices and the impact of the supply chain. So it's not something that, you know, we're going to get rid of them entirely. It's not that in any case, but where there is an opportunity to maybe change a single-use device to a reusable one, that needs to be taken into consideration. And this is, you know, something that every manufacturer will need to look at as a part of their sustainability initiatives, and especially selling into the NHS, where you have to be able to show that you are making progress towards the net zero goals. It's going to be very, very important to consider all your options. And what I always like to say is, we can't do everything, but we can each do something. And so that little bit towards helping save, you know, make our Earth healthier, I guess, is the ultimate goal there. So, oops, I cannot get used to my mouse on this screen. Okay, so let's talk about some key regulations. And clearly, this is not a comprehensive list. That it would be extremely long and too many slides, and it would be extremely boring, and you would all fall asleep on me, I'm sure. So what we have here there are all different kinds of regulations on many different aspects of sustainability, beyond just what we hear about carbon footprint and greenhouse gas emissions. Waste is a significant area of regulation, including the Waste Electrical and Electronic Equipment Directive, as well as the restriction of hazardous substances regulations. These two especially are used or adopted globally and they apply across multiple industries. It's not unique or it's not unique to medical devices. So I think that's important to know so that we can learn from other industries as well. Packaging is, you can see there's a number of packaging regulations here. Packaging is the largest contributor of waste in healthcare and also an area that offers many low-hanging fruit opportunities for implementing sustainability initiatives. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. But there's really some really impressive work that's being done by various groups, such as the Kilmer Innovations in Packaging Group, as well as Cambridge Design Partnership and some others as well. Package and Packaging Waste Directive, the PPWD, requires member states to establish recycling and extended producer responsibility schemes. These ERP requirements are being rolled out globally and adopted at the state level in the US. So we've already seen these come through in Maine and Oregon in the US, but can expect to see it go across more of the states and as well as in other countries as well. Healthcare systems in 18 countries have joined the United Nations Race to Zero and are committed to having HALV, cutting in half, for anybody who can't understand my Minnesota accent, having their climate emissions by 2030 and reaching net zero by 2050. But they can't do this without the support and cooperation of industry, but not only industry, but also regulators. So it would be great if we could, I really think it would be great if we could all go about doing this, agree to do this on our own without needing regulation, but sadly that isn't going to happen. As we have seen with the growing issue and concerns around greenwashing, or that's when a company might make a positive environmental claim about a product, but then fails to mention the larger negative factors that go along with that. So that's something that we need to be aware of. And unfortunately, we need regulations to make everybody play ball by the same rules. So I think it's fair to say that we can expect to see more regulations being deployed in the next at least 5 years and beyond that as well. So more fun stuff for us to look forward to in medical devices and healthcare. All right, now it wouldn't be a presentation without me speaking about standards. I mean, come on, I do work for BSI. So yeah, there's some different types of standards regarding sustainability. There are sustainability specific standards. These are ones that would cross over multiple industries. They address sustainability related issues such as responsibility, environment, social governance, safety, health, and so on. So there's other standards such as environment management systems. There's a series of those that we can look at and incorporate into or that we can also learn from. You can see there's some ISO standards for sustainable procurement, which is going to be very important. BS 8903 for the British standards. And then also the PAS 2050, which is specification for the assessment of the life cycle greenhouse gas emissions of goods and services. Yes, standards committees love to come up with really long names for our documents. In addition to the ones that are listed here, there are other ones that are maybe not directly related to medical devices, but again, they and more industry specific. But I think we can learn, as I said before, medical device and healthcare industry can really learn a lot from other industries such as automotive, build and construction, consumer goods, and foods. So there are BS ISO 15392, which pertains to sustainability in buildings and civil engineering works. which would be obviously important for hospitals and care facilities. There's also 15643 Part 2, which talks about sustainability of construction works. A new one that is, I believe it's at FDA, so soon to be released, ISO 21931 Part 1, and there's a Part 2 to that as well. And that talks about, it provides frameworks for methods of assessing the environmental, social, and economic performance from the construction. But it's something that we can, if you're really interested in learning how sustainability is being applied in other industries, definitely, you can check out those standards, and I can pop them into the chat after I'm done with the presentation, so you have those. So then we have standards, more vertical standards, the ones that are they're specific to medical devices and would then reference sustainability within them. The IEC 60601-1-9 has requirements for environmentally conscious design. Design is a huge aspect of a large. It has a lot of opportunities for making sustainability decisions and making these improvements. So it's really important to have that in your standards library in support of the initiatives. Also, the ISO 14971, just newly harmonized as well, so yay for that. Talks about environmental protection and that it needs to be included as one element of the overall risk management process. There is an ISO guide 82, which talks about how, provides guidelines and explains how to incorporate sustainability into the different standards. And so as a part of that, I would say it's fair to say that we can expect to see sustainability principles and concepts being added to more medical device standards and other standards in general as we go forward. But as I said, none of these lists are comprehensive. I just wanted to make you aware that standards are a great tool to help with the support of these sustainability initiatives and supporting the regulations as well. So what can we expect for regulatory compliance? I think this is it seems logical. It's kind of a commonsensical slide for me, but I think it's important to address that the regulatory authorities are not a barrier to sustainability. They are really there we're going to see a lot more partnership and collaboration with them on this, especially as I mentioned earlier with the post-approval change, where we have two different regulations that seem like they are in conflict, but need to work together. So we'll need to partner and really work closely with our regulators. But I think from a regulatory compliance, how do we show that we're compliant with these regulations? Or in the case of where there isn't a regulation and it's just an initiative and we need to hit these goals, how do we do that? So documentation obviously is going to be critical. We all have quality management systems. We understand the importance and urgency of documentation. But when it comes to this, you want to incorporate your environmental considerations into all of your internal processes, as well as those processes that are outsourced, within the supply chain with your the environmental impact, for example, of the sterilization of your devices, as well as transportation. Document procedures relevant to how you are showing reduction of adverse environmental impacts. You want to, in order to show that you are helping hit, for example, the NHS net zero numbers, you need to be able to demonstrate and provide evidence that that you are making an impact, and along with that, providing that data to support it. Also, I think it's important to focus on disclosure and transparency, what you are doing and how this is being done, the good as well as maybe the not so good or the negative impacts to prevent greenwashing, as I mentioned earlier. And then we'll have to do a risk assessment, assessing the various aspects of the environment.
conference just for
I'm sorry. I'll talk over it. Medical benefit based on intended use compared to adverse environmental impacts. We need to make sure that we're not, that it's a fine balance between the environment, what we're doing to help the environment versus what we're doing to help a patient, and not going so far to one that at the expense of the other. And then monitor and verification, really making sure that you're determining your environmental improvement targets, your acceptance criteria, you're sharing your progress, and then any surveillance of safety and efficacy is reported as compared to the original design, because there are going to be changes, and if design to the package may not be as significant as a design change going from maybe single use to reusable, but you need to monitor that and make sure that that you haven't created a bigger health concern or a health issue because of your sustainability initiatives. So I want to talk, and Cormac will go into this a lot more, but talking about sustainable design and manufacturing, it really is going to be a strategic priority with very significant science-based targets, as we've seen with a lot of these initiatives. It's important to know that there's two different areas that we can start looking at sustainability, and that's upstream innovation, removing the waste before it's actually introduced, and then the downstream innovation, which is considering that end of life processes. When, for example, when identifying your materials, how can they be recycled, or how are you reducing the waste? Upstream, we're talking about advanced recycling opportunities, really taking the different plastics, breaking them down to the virgin polymers, and then creating these products again. Again, this all comes to the design for environment, using those principles and incorporating these into your supply chain strategies. Important to understand that everybody is going to have to adapt new ways of working. One size or one decision is not going to fit all not only medical devices, but all manufacturers as well. So what you do for one product line may not be suitable for another. So you need to consider that, and incorporating sustainability in all processes. Some will have more change than others. And then it'd be remiss not to talk about, mention single use versus reusable, kind of in that intended use area. Does this fall in upstream innovation or downstream innovation? It's kind of on the cusp of both. So you need to consider that as a part of the design, but then not, and when you're writing your IFUs and looking at, for example, the quality of water that's required. Is it if it's your first rinse, you really need, RO water, the expense and the energy that goes into using that versus just tap water or a lesser quality water. It's important to note that 80% of healthcare waste is non-hazardous, so we don't need to worry about polluting the earth with more bad germs from materials, and a lot of these are incinerated as well. So it's not like it's just going into land. Well, it is going into landfills, but we don't need to worry about a lot of the viruses and the hazardous components going there. But 80% of healthcare waste, that's a lot. That we can do something else with. A significant portion of sustainability changes can be made or identified during the design and development stage. Obviously, that's where a lot of the work is going to be done. Medical device manufacturers need to incorporate sustainability principles throughout the total product life cycle, including product selection, manufacturing, packaging, distribution, use, reuse, and disposal. And I know Cormac will get into the circular economy a little bit, so I won't address that. I'll just go to my last slide, which is just a summary of what we can do as an industry. Remember that regulatory authorities are not a barrier to sustainability, that we need to engage them throughout the process. Develop sustainability standards with input and collaboration from scientists to ensure changes are science-based. I think that's really important in order to get buy-in from industry and support from the regulators. incorporate your circularity principles into your business model, ensure the risk-based balance of the device against the sustainability factors. And then you can see here collaboration in industry and with other industries, and partnering with and involving your supply chain. With that, that's the end of my presentation, and the last bit goes to Cormac.
Thanks, Lena. It's important to know that the slides will be shared afterwards, as long as you fill in that feedback survey. So over to you, Cormac.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Lena, and thank you, Natalie, as well. That was, thank you, Nicole. That was, to be honest, I've only got a few minutes left, but I think you've already covered an awful lot of what I was going to say, which isn't a bad thing. Right, so let's get into it. Right, the first slide, let me just tell you a bit about who I am and why I'm here. Michael already mentioned that I am a long-standing product development engineer and project manager. I focus mostly on medical devices. So you may wonder, well, why is a product development engineer medical devices concerning himself with sustainability? Surely should just be off designing better inhalers. Well, this picture is kind of why I'm doing it. This is a device that I worked on, and that's a photograph I took of that device washing up on a beach in Teesside, near to where I go for holidays. This is wrong. This is not what we should be doing with our used medical devices, and it is not what I spend my time and resources designing so it can end up here. And this is just one of millions, or even tens of thousands of different types of devices and how they end up. We can and we should do better. So here we go. Let's just juggle these slides, right? So we talked about sustainability. Sustainability for most commercial organizations is quite a scary concept. If you look at this slide, it shows you all the areas that sustainability will affect in a business, not just within the business itself, but also, for example, is it suppliers, customers, waste management, regulators, and research. It is disruptive, and disruptive for any established business, especially in a risk-averse industry like medical, is frightening. So the battle about why should any commercial medical device manufacturer want to engage with sustainability at all is kind of where we're starting. The reason why I asked both Nicole and Lena to speak this morning is because that really answers the question. We've now been through why it is that commercial organizations in the medical industry need to engage with this process, and what facilities there are to help them do it. So they steer clear of any regulatory hurdles, and in fact, the regulatory organizations are there to help them do it. They are incentivized to help healthcare and medical product manufacturers whose priority is and always will be patient safety, to also engage with the necessary detail of how they can transform their businesses into reducing the amount of damaging gases and damaging plastic waste, which we're currently responsible for. So within that, my focus as a medical device designer is obviously on design and manufacture. The question keeps coming up. We want to do more sustainable design and manufacturing, but we don't know where to start. And what is sustainability anyway? And how does it pay for itself? Well, as part of the BS 8887 committee, which I've been on for, as Michael mentioned, quite a few years, and we now have, I'm pleased to say, a medical device sustainable design specialist subcommittee, we're looking at answers to exactly those questions. What exactly is sustainability? What should we aim to achieve? What's realistic? How do we do it? And what does good look like? Well, we come to an example in a few minutes of what is an established sustainable design and manufacturing operation looks like for a very well-known medical device manufacturer that's been going for decades. However, when looking at what you do with your medical device manufacturing process, the core of what we currently do, or what most companies currently do, is down the middle. You source materials, they go into part manufacture, you assemble your components, and then they go off to use. In some cases, they may come back for disassembly and repurposing. In a lot of cases, they end up going to disposal. There have been some advances recently, for example, the GSK inhaler scheme, where some devices were recovered and the materials inside them recycled. Not particularly good at recovering value. Those materials were put into, for example, playground equipment. But if we're looking at what good represents, that's what's in the red box. And we talked about remanufacturing before, and remanufacturing in the context of medical is really about, as a business, getting the most back from used products that you can therefore extract and use to manufacture more products. It's about the residual value that there is in a device or a piece of equipment, once its original patient or user has finished with it, how you can extract that value and make that pay for itself in going back into the business. So that's the gold standard. This is what we're really aiming to get to, because it reduces the amount of waste to a minimum. It reduces the amount of cost in disposing of that waste, but it also gives an opportunity to the business to really exploit all of the costs and expertise and engineering and materials and even user input or user experience that goes into those devices to help us do what we do better as a business. Okay, so just to quickly summarize where we're coming from and where we're going to, this is a snapshot of what most linear manufacturing processes in medical. We have patients and pharmacists in here, but also there's equivalents in other industries. This is what we look like. So we source materials from material suppliers, we use them to make parts, we buy in components, make the devices, sell them, they get used, and then at the end of the day, they're disposed of. We haven't historically paid a huge amount of attention as to what happens at this point. Well, Nicole has explained why we need to pay attention as to what happens at this point, because if we don't, organizations like the NHS may question whether they can continue to use this or not. So that's not a commercial imperative, I don't know what is. But if we're deciding that we do need to do it, then the next question is how? Unfortunately, even though this is a nice and simple diagram as to what manufacturing looks like, the alternative, which incorporates circularity, is a bit more complex. Complex can sometimes be scary and intimidating for some organizations, but once you get used to the ideas, the principles are fairly straightforward. So as Lena mentioned, there are already standards and successful operations, commercial operations, who remanufacture, amongst other things, surgical devices. Third-party remanufacturers basically recover used equipment from hospitals, clean it to acceptable standards, test it to acceptable standards, and return it back to the hospital, usually for less than what the hospital would pay for new equipment. It's a nice, successful business, and it operates like this. So for them to do that, they need to have introduced recovery, triage, disassembly, cleaning, inspection, and test facilities. This is an entire function which doesn't currently exist in most original equipment manufacturers. For original equipment manufacturers to do that, they need to learn how to do it and they need to invest. And again, this is another reason why quite a few companies decided it's not something they choose to do very easily. Particularly as an awful lot of these areas in the yellow boxes aren't currently understood or well known about, and particularly in the context of medical devices. It's not just how do you do this so it's commercially successful, it's how do you do it so that it is acceptable to the regulatory authorities, and that's all based on patient safety. And as any manufacturing engineer in medical will tell you, somebody handing them a load of bits and saying, please can you use this to make a medical device, unless you know exactly what it is that you've got and what its history is, the answer is no. So the challenges that face any organization looking at introducing, let's say, remanufacturing for a more sustainable medical device operation is maintaining traceability. There have been some efforts made, as I mentioned, the GSK scheme, in actually recovering some medical devices, some inhalers in their case, and deciding what the best things to do with them are. There's a red box around recovery because that's currently the main roadblock. The GSK scheme ran for 10 years and had a success rate of 0.4%. If you cannot recover usable quantities of useful and recoverable medical devices, all of this remains in the realm of theory. So currently what a lot of research is going into is actually getting schemes that incentivize patients and allow the structures to exist for used medical devices to be returned either to third-party remanufacturers or back to the original equipment manufacturers so we can do the rest of it, so we can actually process it and return it back to the value chain without it going to landfill. The good news is a lot of these problems are already being solved in other industries. Automated waste recognition and sorting machines exist. This is by a company called Recycli. Even reverse vending machines where users are incentivized by, for example, club card points or even return of a deposit on plastic bottles to return them back to the original equipment manufacturers, in this case so they can be recycled. But the same principle would apply to reuse. All the way through to automated disassembly, and I spent some time yesterday working with the University of Birmingham on their project Atari, which is automated remanufacturing, automated recovery of complex devices, in their cases electric vehicle batteries, but the same thing can be applied to some medical devices. The point is, it needs to be automated. Nobody would ever consider carrying out every function in your main manufacturing operation using manual labor, and yet the default seems to be to, when it comes to remanufacturing, to get people in workshops to take them apart. It's not scalable, it's certainly not economic, and it's expensive. So we need to apply some of the same logic to remanufacturing that we apply to the original DFMA approach to producing products in the first place. Okay, so going back to what Alison mentioned at the start, that there is a time scale for how to go about introducing remanufacturing, and because the effects are so invasive, they're so disruptive, trying to do everything at once is not likely to be successful. You need a structured approach as to how you do it, and I think, as one of the other speakers mentioned, you start with a life cycle analysis. As in any business, if you're introducing change and you want to demonstrate the benefits of that change, you need to start by measuring what you've already got. And that's not necessarily as obvious as you might think, because where do you start in demonstrating improvements in sustainability? Do you start at material extraction? Do you, for example, look at the environmental impact of oil tankers that take crude oil from an oil field to a refinery where it can be turned into base plastics that's used in your devices? That's tricky, but there are standards for how life cycle analysis can be carried out. But you need to do some paperwork, first of all. You need to sit down and figure out what the costs will be of introducing these schemes into your organization, what the benefits will be, and if they're not quite right, then you know what to fix. Once you've understand what the life cycle analysis and your actual strategy is, then you can start to introduce it in a slow and measured and time-sensitive way. You need to demonstrate, at least to your own business as much as to your customers, how this is actually going to work in principle. So start with something low risk, something that has a relatively short time scale that you can go through several cycles of recovery and reuse, manage the risk down to an acceptable level, and show how it actually works. At that stage, you'll start to be able to convince all the stakeholders that this is something that they should all become engaged in. And finally, when that becomes more comfortable in business as usual, you can start to expand it through the rest of the business. And there are strategic approaches as to how you do your design and manufacturing, which start to come into play at this stage. For example, platform manufacture, modular design, where you can chop and change different modules from different devices because they have common interfaces. Even product as a service, where instead of selling products to a user which are then disposed of, if you lease products to a customer, but they maintain your property, then you can recover it. You're incentivized to recover them and reuse it, because if you can then provide the service at a lower overall cost, because you're not throwing all these assets away, it's good business. It makes sense. So I mentioned the case study. I'm quickly going to rattle through this because I am aware of quickly running out of time. But this is an image of a medical imaging device that has been a manufacturer, GE, for at least 30 years. Typically, you would expect to produce a design spec. That then goes to tell you what the design would be. You design it for a single lifetime, goes into manufacturing, gets serviced during use, and then at the end of use, it's repaired and can be resold on. GE have transformed that approach into something that looks more like this, where they will design some components of this medical imager for multiple lifetimes. Even though the design life may only be between 7 and 9 years, some of what they call the heavy iron components are designed for a 40-year lifespan, because they know they will be used over multiple cycles. Why would you throw away the entire structure or the heavy magnets or some of the heavy iron components if you don't need to, if you recover these devices and refurbish them and return them back to the customer multiple times? So there are, even within the medical sector, there are success stories about how this has been done, not for environmental reasons, but for sound economic reasons for decades. This is where we need to start in learning how to do it. But where do you start if you also need to realize that what you manufacture in 5 or 10 years' time has to be different to what you manufacture today? The model that was shown earlier of the circular economy kind of has built into it the idea that you will make in a few years' time what you're making today. In a commercial environment, that's really not realistic. Your customers expect you to move on, technology evolves, regulations evolve, and you will need to anticipate some of the changes that your products will see over multiple lifetimes. That introduces the idea of a spiral economy, where the extra axis of time along here means that you need to consider at the very start of your design process what needs to be removed and replaced, because it will become damaged, contaminated, or obsolete during the extended lifetime that you're planning for your product platform. Okay, I think I'm going to skip to the very end now because we have pretty much run out of time, but let me just start by saying what I think the next steps are. And a good point that was made by Alison earlier on is the increased emphasis on post-market surveillance. As an engineering product designer in medical devices, one of the most difficult things I have is if somebody says to me, how do I know this product will be safe in use? Once it disappears out into the wild, you very rarely get to hear back unless something goes wrong. The process involved in circular or spiral manufacturing, where you recover devices and reuse them, is potentially an avenue for designers and manufacturers to access real data and real devices to understand what's happened to them. Now, if you incorporate, as has been mentioned already, some smart technology into those devices, it also gives you a way of recovering that data. You can actually put diagnostic equipment, sensors, etc., into devices that will tell you, as part of the remanufacturing process, whether you can use them or not, what's happened to them, what temperature excursions have they seen, and it will also tell you what the patients have been doing with them. So as well as responding to the sustainability needs of customers and regulators, introducing more circular and spiral design and manufacturing techniques gives you access to information which will help you make your product better. I think that's probably as much as I'm going to be able to fit in today. So thank you all very much for listening, and I'll hand back to Michael.
Thank you, Cormac. Well, thank you, Cormac, Lena, and Nicole. We could probably have had like a week-long conference just talking about sustainability, net zero, and all the factors around it. But that was a really, really helpful session, and hopefully that gives people a really good grounding in terms of sort of how to kind of explore this for themselves moving forwards. We're going to have to move on, I'm afraid. So our next speaker is Ahmed Al-Khatib, who is a Business Development and Systems Certification Director at BSI Assurance. Ahmed brings more than 15 years of experience in the assurance industry, focusing on auditing and certification, training and product testing and conformity assessment. Ahmed is a member of BSI's Assurance Executive Team and currently the Global Director of BSI Assessment and Certification Services, based out of the headquarters in London. In addition, Ahmed leads the business development function for assurance services, focusing on BSI's priority sectors and themes, particularly sustainability and digital trust. So over to you, Ahmed.
Thank you, Michael. And good day, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you today. Fantastic, very informative session from Cormac, Lena, and Nicole. It's great to see so much work happening on such an important topic. It's a pleasure to be with you. Over the next 20 minutes or so, I would like to share with you some updates in terms of the evolution of assurance services. Certainly during the last couple of years, during the pandemic, but more importantly, the way forward and the way we see certainly the evolution of assurance services over the next number of years. I would like to leave some time towards the end to answer any questions and allow for Q&A. Let me start maybe first by talking about what happened over the last few years and how assurance services really kind of reinvented themselves over the course of the pandemic. As probably most of you are familiar, a fundamental component of assurance services, and traditionally the way we used to deliver assurance and trust, is by having our experts, having our auditors and SMEs deployed, assessing clients and organizations, visiting them on site, going to manufacturing facilities, spending time with clients on site, observing different activities, looking at information, going through documentation, as well as engaging with people, talking to them, and trying to understand more what they do and how they operate. And this has been pretty much the way assurance services operate over a very long period of time. Of course, through auditing, through assurance, we deliver huge amount of value for organizations, for consumers, for society. Assurance underpins transparency. It creates trust, as well as provides organization with insights on how to enhance performance and unlock potential. And as we've all experienced over the last couple of years during the pandemic, as the restrictions tightened and our ability to travel and move around reduced significantly. In many cases, we were not able to go on site to deliver those assurance services. This traditional method of creating trust and assurance faced a huge challenge. At the same time, trust and assurance between and within organizations themselves, but also organizations and consumers and customers, the society, the government, had never been more important. So as an assurance industry, we were faced with this huge challenge. How do we continue to deliver trust at such critical time? How do we continue to provide transparency without being able to be on site all the time as we did pre-COVID? To answer this question, we really had to kind of reimagine assurance services and challenge ourselves. And that triggered a number of initiatives and innovation projects. Some of those innovations and some of those projects kicked off when were happening pre-COVID, but they were still kind of at the incubation stage or ideation stage. So they were fairly early stage types of projects and initiatives that many organizations and assurance providers were experimenting with. But we had to do something different. We had to respond to such a challenge in a much more agile and rapidly deploy some of those ideas and support the market during the pandemic. I'm referencing here the IBM report. IBM published a report on COVID-19 and the future of business. And in the report, they point out that it's not that new technology was suddenly discovered and implemented. Rather, those tools already existed, but they were deployed at a totally different scale and to a fuller potential during COVID. And you know, the medium we are using today to have this hybrid interactive conference is a fantastic example of that. So technologies existed, and it was a matter of deploying such technology at a new level and to a much extended potential. We have also seen that there was another change in the way organizations interact and adopt technology. In particular, from our perspective, was around the use of portals, online portals. So in BSI, we provide our clients, our assurance clients, with a platform, access to a platform called BSI Connect Portal, for example, which is an online platform that allows organizations to interact with us, identify their assurance activities, and engage with the BSI experts. We have noticed that during the last couple of years that the adoption of such platforms increased significantly. So for instance, despite the portal being launched before 2017, we have seen over the last couple of years an increase of more than 50% among our client base. So that is another example and demonstration how the use of technology kind of gained a much more accelerated pace during the last couple of years, despite most of it has been already there for quite some time. So how do we use such technologies? For instance, if we kind of focus on auditing in particular, how do we use such immersive technologies to deliver and enhance our auditing services? And here I would like to focus a little bit on the use of technologies to deliver remote and hybrid audits. So while certain audits certainly can be conducted or were conducted during the last couple of years using platforms such as web conferencing tools, as like today, but certainly interest in more advanced technologies grew rapidly during the last number of years. So are there other tools that are available for us to use in order to further enhance the effectiveness of such audits and therefore increase the level of trust and confidence we are providing as a result and through those assurance services. Some of those examples you can see on the screen. Within BSI, we have, for instance, identified 4 levels of use of technology when it comes to remote and hybrid auditing, starting with what we call level 1, which deploy the use of video conferencing tool and some level of streaming, connecting organizations with our experts, sharing documentation, going through information and having a live interaction. But there were also other levels that deployed more advanced and sophisticated technology. For instance, what we call level 2 involves the use of smart glasses and smartphones and mobile devices that would be deployed at clients' premises and locations. And those would be then connected with BSI experts around the globe. And that would allow almost a real-time interaction with those experts wherever they are. And another level of assurance that would involve seeing what the auditor can see, speaking with the auditors, and having, again, a constant conversation and interaction. Level 3 and level 4. Level 3 involves another kind of enhanced level of technology using smart glasses that, again, are deployed on site to further enhance the level of engagement and effectiveness. And what we call level 4 today uses things like drones, as well as satellite imaging, for example, to collect information, and then that is used as part of an assurance engagement to deliver this enhanced level of trust and resilience. All of those tools together allow basically a much richer audit experience and enhanced level of effectiveness and value add for the client. I would like now to share with you a short video. I think it's for a couple of minutes that will hopefully bring this to life a little bit more with some examples from various sectors and industries around the globe. If you can play the video, please.
The events of 2020 are unprecedented. The social distancing imperatives of the COVID-19 pandemic have created a climate of technology adoption that's here to stay. And BSI is proud to be leading the response with our immersive technology solutions, delivering the same trusted, proven approaches in groundbreaking new ways. BSI immersive technology has real impact in the real world with real people. The use of headsets and smart glasses to complete audits for aerospace clients gained traction during 2020, establishing a proven and tested platform for the future. Our clients have maintained certification schedules, reduced their carbon footprint by reducing travel, and adopted a flexible approach to the deployment of technology that matches their needs. When travel restrictions complicated a typical oil rig industrial hygiene assessment during 2020's pandemic, our industrial hygiene team got to work on identifying potential creative solutions. An immersive assessment using our real wear glasses on site enables oil rig staff to operate hands-free, avoiding potential hazards and protecting their colleagues while allowing the assessment to be completed successfully. BSI is proud to have participated in the UK government's Rapidly Manufactured Ventilator Scheme initiative during the COVID-19 pandemic. Our teams adapted quickly, enabling them to provide remote audits for both new and existing ventilator producers, prioritizing patient access to critically needed devices. This is just the beginning. We're placed at the forefront of predictive compliance as we integrate technology that will embrace artificial intelligence, machine learning, image recognition, and more. With this technology, BSI continues to pioneer the use of best practice to help build sustainable resilience and shape the compliance industry of the future today.
Thank you. So what's next? What about the future? What's the way forward? The way forward is hybrid. And hybrid is going to leverage and combine the benefits of all those different modes of delivery in order to create an opportunity to add more value and more trust. Hybrid combines face-to-face and on-site audit and assurance activities with remote components using different modes of technology and platforms, ultimately in order to optimize time, provide more insights, and enhance the outcome of those various assurance services, basically combining the best of both worlds. This approach, of course, is quite agile, it's dynamic, it takes into account the different audit programs, different requirements. It takes into consideration the unique needs and requirements of each industry, the different regulatory frameworks in which we operate, the different geographies, and of course, the individual client's needs. So we believe the future is going to be hybrid, but it's not going to be one size fits all. Hybrid is going to apply a range of tools and technologies and will be implemented in different ways with different configurations, taking into account a number of requirements and needs. The ultimate objective is to enhance the value and effectiveness of such assurance services, is to really enhance the outcome of those audits and assessments and assurance services. The opportunity we have is how do we leverage those tools and techniques in order to do this in the most effective, sustainable way. We've heard Cormac, Lena, and Nicole talk about sustainability. Hybrid audit is a fantastic example of how we can truly, tangibly contribute to that sustainability agenda. By reducing the need to travel as much, by reducing the need to be on site 100% of the time, that will certainly play a positive role in materializing this sustainability ambition. Hybrid also provides a much more agile and flexible way of delivering assurance services when needed, wherever needed. And that is a very important aspect of this way of operating. It creates this huge flexibility and overcome some of the geographical challenges in terms of mobilizing experts as and when needed. So it provides a much more extended access to resources and SMEs around the globe. It also allows a much deeper level of assurance, because now we can sample, for example, more locations, while in the past we were limited due to the fact that we had to be physically on site all the time. Today we can connect with multiple sites almost simultaneously and be able to see what's going on site, connect with the auditors, with the experts, with the clients, and provide a much broader coverage, which ultimately adds much more value to clients. It's a method to enhance audit effectiveness and value creation. Of course, there is an aspect of well-being. Today, most experts and auditors are on the road, on site, pretty much on daily basis. With the hybrid audit model, this creates an opportunity for people to have a more balanced work-life approach, spending maybe less time on the road, leveraging those various tools and technologies, and of course, reducing unnecessary travel and creating a much more resilient way of delivering assurance. This is just a small list of some of those benefits. There are multiple other benefits, and I'm sure you will see a lot of that data already available today from various studies and surveys. So the last bit I would like to leave you with is what we call the broader digital assurance ecosystem. And this is kind of the last slide that I would like to leave you with to reflect on, and I would love to hear your thoughts and questions. When we talk about the future of assurance services and we talk about hybrid audit, we certainly don't see this aspect as an isolated component part. In the contrary, we believe hybrid is going to be part of a broader, an integral part of a much broader digital assurance ecosystem. This ecosystem will create assurance, trust, and confidence at a much higher level, will add much more value to organizations, to manufacturers, to industry, to consumers, and the wider society. And this digital assurance ecosystem will allow us to do smarter things, to do things that are more creative. For example, using data in order to provide additional level of insights and analytics. That can be today facilitated through the use of hybrid audit technology, because we can connect with organizations, we can gather data in a different way, and we can use things like machine learning and AI and other technologies in order to analyze such data and therefore provide more insights and more powerful intelligence for organizations to enhance performance and the level of trust and resilience. We are talking about things like continuous assurance. Can we provide assurance on real-time basis, 24/7, even when there isn't an assessor or an auditor on site? So we believe the future is going to be a much broader, interconnected digital assurance ecosystem, where hybrid is going to be one of those key component parts, but it would also leverage other means to create value and inspire trust and resilience. With that, I would like to stop. I'm conscious there is a break coming in less than 10 minutes. I would welcome any questions or feedback. Thank you, Michael. Back to you.
Great, thank you, Ahmed. Great talk. So while we just wait for some other questions to come in, I've got a couple I'll pose to you. Do you ever see a time when we'll move to fully remote audits?
That's a great question, Michael. I personally believe that the power of combining both the ability to be on site to deliver certain parts of an audit with remote is where we can add huge value to organizations. There are certainly certain components of an audit where there is a need to be on site and there is a need to interact with organizations much closer. And I think that's where on-site audit is very powerful and certainly needed. But there are definitely, and we have learned now over the last couple of years delivering hundreds of thousands of hybrid audits, we have certainly learned that there are other areas within the audit where we can be more effective when we use some of those remote and hybrid audit technologies. So in my view, the combination of those two today is where we can add a lot more value, but equally assure that the level of trust, the level of effectiveness is at the right levels.
So that kind of leads me on to the second question I had. Well, obviously COVID was unprecedented and meant we had to move to different ways of working. And as you said, sort of BSI, I had the privilege of working with on the ventilator challenge as well, and did an amazing job. But what limitations have you noticed? What have you learned through having sort of practically rolling out these sort of hybrid approaches and some of these remote working? Are there any sort of key learnings, any sort of key limitations that you've noticed?
Yeah, indeed, Michael. I mean, we have learned a lot, and we continue to learn and work very closely with our partners, industry, and clients. I can share with you maybe a couple of examples of things we have learned over the course of the last couple of years. One of them is selecting the right tool and technology to deliver the right component of an audit. For instance, if I can use an example from the headsets, we have been experimenting with those headsets before 2018. And if you see in my office, I have a pile of different headsets that we have been trialing and testing, and we've certainly learned that some are more effective than others. And therefore, we have had to kind of go through that process. So one thing we have learned is, as I mentioned during the presentation, it's not a one-size-fits-all approach. You have to be quite agile and dynamic in terms of selecting the right tools and technologies to deliver the different components of the audit and pick the ones that are most effective. And of course, technology is evolving very fast and rapidly. So this process continues to evolve over time. That's one thing. The other thing is we've realized that we had to educate not only our clients on this slightly evolved way of operating, but also our own teams and our auditors. For an assessor who's been auditing on site for many, many years, to shift and pivot towards auditing in a hybrid fashion, that required almost rewiring and reprogramming the way we see those audits. And again, how do we make sure that auditors are effective in using those different tools and technologies? So in BSI, we went through a massive training program internally where we've had to retrain thousands of our resources and experts on how to embrace, not only use the technology, but how do you engage and interact in such a hybrid audit environment. And there are many other learnings that we can, of course, spend hours talking about, but those were the two main things that come to my mind at the moment.
Great answer. So very specific questions come in. So can this immersive technology audit approach, hybrid approach, can that be extended to MDSAP, EU MDR, IBDR, UKCA audits?
I don't want to answer on behalf of our experts in the medical device business, but I can share with you that there is certainly, we are working in collaboration with the industry, with the regulators, with the scheme owners in order to define how best to use such technology. So the short answer is I believe it can be applied. Certainly in the broader assurance space, we have seen the adoption of hybrid increasing. And as you said, that we are improving the way we do this, working very closely with clients and regulators and industry. I think that can be applied in the medical device space. Of course, it has to be done in a way where the effectiveness of the audit and the outcome is, if not maintained, is even enhanced. And I think that remains the priority of how those tools and methods are used. So I think the answer is yes. The question is, how do we do this in the most effective way? And I'm aware that our colleagues are engaging the industry, the regulators, in order to define what best look like in this aspect.
That's great, thank you. So I guess we'll find that in due course. Right, so we have a break now. So thank you to everyone that's presented and shared their thoughts with us in the first part of the session today, first part of the conference today. We'll be recommencing at 3:25. Before we go off, just want to have a quick reminder that a feedback form will be coming out to you in the following days after the conference. Would really appreciate it if you could fill that in, send it back to us. It'll also mean that you're able to receive a copy of the slides and recording of the conference as well, so well worth doing. So back here, 3:25 sharp, and the next session will be on artificial intelligence, and it proves to be a really fascinating one with Johan Ordish, Rob Turpin, and Alison Gardner. So see you at 3:25 British Standard Time. And joined the organization in 2001. He leads on the strategic standardization approach for the role of BSI, in that it has in supporting policy, productivity, and innovation. And his key areas of focus include medical technology, NHS policy, and innovation and population health. Moving on to Johan Ordish, who is the head of software and AI in the Innovative Devices Division at MHRA. This is the division, the software group that's responsible for most aspects of regulating software as a medical device, including AI, and work to ensure these devices are acceptably safe and deliver for patients. He was co-author of Good Machine Learning Practice for Medical Device Development. He's been involved in the development of various standards. He represents the UK in a number of different international forums, including the AI Medical Device Working Group at IMDRF, so the International Medical Device Regulators Forum. And it says here that Johan has 4 degrees. I mean, Johan, you're kind of beating my record as being a perennial student. That's amazing. Moving on to Alison. Alison is the Senior Scientific Advisor for AI at the National Institute for Health and Care Excellence, or NICE. She's an expert in AI and data ethics, and her interests include health technology, algorithmic bias, HCI, diversity and inclusion. Alison works for the AI Multi-Agency Advice Service, or MAS, with NICE, and kind of really they're looking at addressing cross-regulatory policy. She's a really experienced educator and is an honorary senior fellow, research fellow at Keele University. She co-founded Women Leading in AI and is the CEO of AI Aware Limited. She also stands on a number of standards committees and is a renowned speaker on AI ethics and has had several media appearances, including as a TEDx speaker. So fantastic lineup of speakers for this next session. So I'll hand over to Rob, I think.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Michael. Thanks for the introductions. Yeah, I'm Rob Turpin, Head of Healthcare in BSI Knowledge Solutions. I will be chairing this session today, and it will comprise of 2 presentations from Johan and Alison, and then we'll get on to some Q&A at the end. So welcome to both of my colleagues for joining this session. But I just wanted to give a bit of preamble in terms of the work that BSI has done in this space. And we've been working on the application of artificial intelligence in healthcare for probably around 4 years now. I think we started around about 2018. And during that time, working with AAMI in the US, we've convened a number of stakeholder workshops. We've published a couple of white papers, and we've also embarked on a standards development program that's progressing nicely. And I think it's about 18 months now since we last ran an artificial intelligence session as part of this conference. And when I was thinking about it, quite a lot has changed since then. So our work to create standards for artificial intelligence risk management jointly with AAMI, and also our national work on safety and ethics of AI, which you'll hear about today, are nearing completion, and we're expecting to see those published later in the autumn of 2022. And I'm really pleased about this piece of work because it shows that we can convene and develop standards for emerging themes such as artificial intelligence rapidly, faster than we can do through the formal ISO process, and we can do it at a global scale. The joint work we've undertaken with AAMI has also been recognised at a national level by the organisations you'll hear from in a moment, but also at a global level. We had a recent citation of one of our white papers in an International Medical Device Regulators Forum guidance document for artificial intelligence. So I'm definitely seeing an impact from the work that BSI and AAMI are doing in this space. And alongside that, we're collaborating very closely with organisations such as MHRA and NICE. And in the presentations, we'll hear today about the wider thinking that's going into artificial intelligence in terms of how it's going to be regulated and how it's going to be accessed in the healthcare system. Before we start, we will have a Q&A at the end of this session, so please submit your questions via the Q&A function, and we'll try and get through as many of those as possible. And with that, I'd like to hand over to our first speaker, Johan from MHRA. So Johan, over to you.
Thank you so much, Robin, and hopefully you can hear and see me now. First, apologies to Mike, which I gave a veritable whole novel for my introduction. I thought it was for my bio rather than my intro, so I'm so sorry, Mike. I will definitely short it in future. So thank you so much to BSI for inviting me to talk today. Standards are a big part of the strategy here. It's where the rubber meets the road. So hopefully you'll kind of see that kind of core commitment from MHRA, especially in the realm of software and AI today. So AI is medical device. I'm Johan. You've already heard enough about who I am and what I do, in fact, probably too much. So let me carry on quickly. So here in the UK, we have a changing legislative landscape. We currently have the Medical Device Regulation 2002 that incorporates 3 different directives in there. And we announced on Sunday some extra transitional arrangements as well, effectively 5 years recognition of CE marking over and above what we had originally committed. That gives industry time to transition. We also have the Medicines and the Medical Devices Act. That gives us the power to reform, to amend and supplement the Medical Device Regulations 2002. And the public consultation released on Sunday details the policy directions for the amendments we intend to make. There's an entire chapter on software and AI unto itself. but also to point out there is different regulation in Northern Ireland. So continuing on, so that's the consultation you can see there on your left. It is a short consultation, very easy to digest, 155 pages long. It was released last Sunday in the early hours. I was refreshing my screen in my dressing gown. I'm sure all of you were too. But there's a chapter on software there, chapter 10, that details what we need to do in terms of legislation to legislative change. But legislative change is very much where it starts, not where it ends in terms of the reforms we need to make. So regulation fits software and AI to ensure that regulation is modernized to take account of the advances in technology we have. So that wider program of changes is much broader than legislation. There are 11 full work packages to make those series of reforms over time, but the majority of that is in guidance, it's in processes, it's in standards work with the BSI, the standards side of BSI. So really legislation is the kind of foothold, it's the start rather than the end, and that program will have a much wider effect. So the consultation kind of detailed a few things in chapter 10 there. So it provided the definition of software which we proposed. That definition again is in line with the MDCG guidance in the EU. It also proposed to follow IMDRF classification rules. Again, you know, MHRA trying to demonstrate our commitment to be globally harmonized and to really respond to that global market. There's also a proposal for a software as medical device airlock. That is a kind of sandbox for software as medical device, a monitored sandbox to ensure you can deploy models where it's very difficult to actually generate evidence pre-market. It needs to be in the post-market phase, but in a monitored and safe way. There's also the proposal for software-specific essential requirements, highly harmonized with the EU MDR and IVDR, and one of those is particularly around cybersecurity. We also proposed predetermined change control plans be a part of the future. In fact, it's really, I think, the only reasonable way to manage change in this kind of environment. So we proposed to do that, to bring legislation forward to make those changes. But again, this is a small series of changes. That's because these are the changes that require legislative change. The majority of changes probably do not require legislation to bring forward. What it really is requiring MH to do is to clarify what the general medical device requirements and principles and processes mean for software, what they mean for AI, to clarify the state of the art there. So AI as medical devices is the most interesting part. This is what you're here to talk about. So AI as medical device is simply just a subset of software as a medical device. All AI is software, but it has a particular state of art that applies to it. The bulk of the UK AI as medical device market currently is orientated towards diagnosis or triaging, about 80% of it. And really the UK is looking to avoid AI exceptionalism here. We want to regulate AI in a risk proportionate way. AI is not all the same. Some AI is opaque, it is a black box, you don't know exactly how it reached the conclusion it did. Some of it's not. Decision trees, decision forests are relatively human interpretable. Some AI requires a lot of data to train it well. Some AI is relatively sparse, doesn't require that. Some AI retrains, not all of it, some of it's static. So again, we need to regulate it in a risk proportionate way. I think of it kind of like cats, house cats and tigers. They belong to the same genus, but we don't regulate them the same way. Despite that, they pose different risks to the public, and so does AI. So we need to regulate it in a risk proportionate way, not treat it all the same, to treat AI as a medical device in a proportionate way. But very broadly, what we do see and why the MHRA is responding to AI as medical devices, we see massive unmet clinical need in the market. We see an NHS creaking under the weight of increasing demand, and we see the ability and the opportunity for AI to meet that need, to meet that demand and assist in that. But at the same time, at exactly the same time, we see the state of the art and how you assess the performance of these devices, how you assure them across time. That is in flux, it's not settled yet. So we both see the need, but also the real difficulty is that the state of the art is not settled yet. So that is the kind of conundrum that we're currently in. So last year we released good machine learning practice principles jointly with the FDA and Health Canada, drafted across them. This is a set of 10 principles which kind of starts to set out between these three agencies what our expectations are with respect to good machine learning practice and AI as a medical device. These principles as to provoke further standards development, they provoke further kind of thoughts from industry and further responses, but more or less, you know, they're kind of no-brainer principles to get AI as a medical device right. So for instance, the clinical study participants and data sets are representative of the intended patient population. Of course, if you deploy a medical device and a patient population within scope, then you should make sure those patients are represented accordingly. So going ahead, there are kind of three core challenges, I think, to get AI as a medical device right. They're challenges that AI can pose, but need not always, but we need to grasp these challenges and kind of regulate it in a proportionate way. These challenges are the human interpretability of AI as a medical device, therefore the evidencing of AI as a medical device, and finally the adaptivity, the ability to retrain AI as a medical device. So I'll go through these challenges in turn and how we're meeting them and point out some of the key work in this space. So AI interpretability. So I interviewed a friend of mine, Alistair Denniston, years and years ago, and he kind of put it quite elegantly. AI is exciting because it gives us the ability to be surprised. You don't necessarily know exactly how the AI will output, so you don't know what it will find, because often if you use unstructured machine learning, the data sometimes structures itself to some extent. So that gives us the ability to be surprised. It doesn't just tell us what we already know, it tells us often what we don't know or even confirms what we know. So that's why AI is exciting, but that poses some interesting novel challenges over and above regular software, given it can surprise us. So the first is linking to clinical and scientific evidence, or otherwise validating that model. If you don't know exactly how you map from X to Y, it's difficult to link that to clinical and scientific evidence. It's just a challenge. You have to rely on validation, you have to rely on clinical performance or the performance of that model, more so than traditional, say, IVDs in the diagnostic space. Human factors as well. We know that humans interact with software different than they interact with different humans. There are things like automation bias at play. So the performance of the human AI team is ultimately the important kind of focus point here. If the model presents 100% sensitive and specific outcomes, but the human in the loop only interprets those outcomes correctly half the time, then the patient is still harmed, the patient is still in danger. So that human factors element, and because we don't know exactly often how these models map from X to Y, or what the model found significant when and why for whatever patient, that's really difficult for a clinician to deal with often. And so it's a question, an open question about what clinicians need in terms of confidence to take those outputs forward and to wrap them up in clinical judgment. That's why the work of Health Education England, with their recent AI confidence report, is so important. It points out, some of the key kind of archetypes, the kind of key clinical people, and how they react to AI and what they require to have confidence in those models. And we are working alongside them and taking those findings into account. So what is the kind of most recent work? There's some fantastic work in this space. The good news is that this kind of AI interpretability side is not going unaddressed. MHRA, of course, are building on some of our older guidance there. So there's already good usability human factors guidance from the MHRA with respect to medical devices in general. So the question is, how do we translate that really for software and specifically AI? There's also some really good work to support that, some in the standards space, some in the wider space. So for instance, the Human Factors in Ergonomics and Healthcare AI white paper from the Chartered Institute is a must read in this space. It points out some of the dangers, some of the concerns, and some of the methodologies you can use to assess human factors and ergonomics in healthcare AI, and starts to contextualize that. It's really fantastic work. Please do go read that. You also see some papers as well questioning some of the post hoc interpretability methods. So these are methods to make transparent, otherwise opaque models. You see that in the bottom paper there from Marzia Gassemi as well. But you also see some standards also coming into being. So some of these standards are standards with a big S. So the IEEE P7001, that's a good first attempt at transparency for autonomous systems in general. Really interesting about how that could apply to the healthcare sector or AI as medical device in particular. And you also see that bottom standard there, 62366 as well. Again, looking at the application of usability engineering for medical devices. Again, the question being, how does this apply to AI? How will this work in the context of AI? And then finally, there are some small S standards as well. Myself and colleagues are involved in lots of these standards. So there's Decide AI, Tripod AI, Consort AI, QuadAS AI, many different acronyms, which I'm sure I've forgotten. All of these are for journal reporting standards. So a lot of the evidence we often see, or some of it is peer reviewed, and these standards are for journals to assess those standards. So if journals up their game and more evidence is peer reviewed, then that means the standard of evidence will rise as well. Again, good for assurance going forward. Evidencing AI. So AI can provide a whole bunch of challenges with respect to how you evidence it, and you know, it can be different from other devices. So we talked about the performance of the human AI team. So that is, we need to assess the usability of the device rather than just the output of the device itself. But also it provides difficulty in linking to clinical and scientific evidence, as I've noted. But also the reference standard may not actually be the gold standard here. So often AI actually claims to exceed the current human standard, and that provides methodological issues in assessing that performance because the gold standard is no longer the reference standards. Those two things are different. It's also difficult to claim equivalence between models for clinical evidence, or indeed impossible, because the models will have different training and test data, totally different performance characteristics, and for all intents and purposes be different in many different ways, such that they're not technically equivalent under Annex A of MedDev 2.7/1 Rev 4. Also, AI's medical device also pose problems in terms of representativeness of training data and the generalizability of those models and applicability of those models. So we've seen instances where models do not translate or generalize down the road from hospitals just down the road themselves, let alone different counties, different countries, and different locations. Also, we know that there is an issue in the AI literature in terms of reproducibility. So randomness is often baked into AI all the way down, meaning it can be difficult to reproduce different studies in AI, and therefore that feeds into the difficulty of demonstrating equivalence between models. We also know that there's difficulty in terms of calibrations of models as well. So often it can be very important in imaging. If you train only using one brand of CT scanner, there may be no guarantee that that calibrates or that performance carries across different brands. So again, the importance of calibrating AI will be incredibly important going forward. And finally, the hot button topic, bias as well. We all know that there is an issue of data poverty. What's driving that issue, and kind of the conclusion of that issue, is that models may not represent subpopulations or subgroups appropriately, and that may mean that there are models out there with populations within the intended purpose where you can't make a statistically significant claim. So again, a real problem. So bias, there are kind of three broad possibilities with AI as medical device with respect to bias. So there's kind of the technical problem of unrepresentative or skewed data that may lead to lower performance or indeed unknown performance in subpopulations. And there's kind of regulations out there, there are MedDevs out there which kind of point to that being the case if you sensibly interpret them for AI's medical device. So this should be covered by existing requirements. So what's really required there is guidance to say about how this works for AI's medical device, combining the best of data science with the best of medical device regulation. But also representative data without context may also lead to poorer outcomes as well. So if you don't have the context about what led up to that data, you know, that may also mean you're not representing that data appropriately or producing the outcome that you need to. But also AI's medical device may not serve the needs of communities in which it's deployed if those communities' needs are not understood, or indeed if the developer population is homogeneous. So again, that's going back to the verification and validation requirements with software and usability for those populations as well. But there is some work going on in this area to help. So it's not all bad news. It's not all doom and gloom. There is hope on the horizon. So you'll see there a technical report there, 24027. That's on AI bias and AI systems and AI decision making. Again, a terminological technical report really to start to add some standardization there. There's a review that's been launched by the UK government into the potential bias in medical devices, being headed by Dame Margaret Whitehead as well. There's some technical work going on as well. So there's a small S standard there standing together, which is looking to develop a standard for data diversity as well. So that means developers can better understand the subpopulations within their data sets and therefore ensure we understand the performance of those models for those subpopulations. There's also some technical experimental work going on within MHRA, within CPRD, our clinical practice research data link colleagues, looking at Bayes boosts. That is how to A, identify bias within data sets, and then B, to manage and boost those data sets to kind of paper over those cracks and boost those data sets using synthetic data. So the final problem, AI adaptivity, distinguishing concepts, can't speak today. So it's kind of four different issues within AI adaptivity all rolled together. So static devices, they don't retrain right, but there's still a problem there. If if you deploy a static device that was based on COVID data in the beginning of 2020, that model's performance would have declined probably dramatically over the pandemic as the relationship between variables changed. So for instance, if you deployed a COVID deterioration model to predict which patients would be likely to decline when they present at ICU, the relationship between age and probability of deterioration probably changed at some point in the pandemic because of vaccination rates, for instance. So static devices can decay over time. The performance of models can decay and fall off a cliff over time. That presents a real safety risk to patients. So we need to monitor those devices. There's also batch training. That's the most common form of training we currently see on the market. So that is, a model is retrained every now and then in kind of batches. The problem there is that we need to streamline current processes using things like predetermined change control plans to give manufacturers the freedom to update their model and improve the performance over model improve the performance of the model over time, ensuring that that's done in a monitored, predictable, and an auditable way. And then finally, the last two there, you have individualized models. We're also seeing what we think are individualized models. So some artificial pancreas models are kind of, the performance characteristics are very different from patient to patient. They're highly personalized, highly individualized, such that they more look like a custom-made device, more or less. And then finally, the last problem is continuous learning on streaming data. We do not currently see these on the market, but they will be coming in the future, and we need to ensure the regulation is ready for them and ready for them. So adaptivity. There are kind of different aspects of change that we need to consider across time here. So we need to assure intentional change by the manufacturer, but a lot of this change in AI's medical devices is non-linear. So a small change in the data set can cause a large change in the performance of the model. So some of these models are relatively brittle, so you don't know exactly when you retrain what the performance characteristics will be like after that retraining. There's also bugs in code as well. So the longer the lines of code you have, the probability of you having a bug starts to reach 1. And then finally, there are changes in deployment as well. So we've talked about generalizability and localization. So we may not know whether a model generalizes to one location to another, but we need to ensure the regulation covers those off. And then finally, the environment changes as well. So the COVID example I gave you earlier, the actual relationship between the data and the real world changes, and then the model needs to reflect that. Otherwise, that model will decay and the performance will drop off a cliff. So there is some good work in this space. I keep saying this is all doom and gloom, here are the problems, but there are solutions. There is some experimental work currently going on with MHRA. We intend to deploy, or rather release that work hopefully in the next month. That will signal and provide a toolbox of suggested methods basically to interrogate models for change, to see where changes occurred and then what a manufacturer can do in response to that change. We've also recently joined the Medical Device Innovation Consortium as well. So that consortium as well has many ideas on how to do change and how to manage change across time in AI and machine learning, in particular for IVDs. So AI as medical device, what's needed to ensure AI as medical device is safe, effective, and the UK public have access to technology that meets a clinical need? Well, as we've seen, there are decent legislative footholds that already exist for many of the issues. Those that where there aren't decent footholds, we intend to plug those gaps through the public consultation government response that we released on Sunday. But generally, the medical device methods remain sound to capture AI as medical device. So really what's required, that is 4 things. So the first is clarity via guidance for how to meet the broad requirements for medical devices in the context of AI, streamline processes that work for both software and AI, the tools to demonstrate conformity, i.e. standards, and also a joined up contiguous offers with partners such as NICE, CQC, HRA, and NHSX, which Alison will talk more about in a second. So really, it's not MHRA alone, it's MHRA together. It's advancing, not departing from international consensus. MHRA are now a full member of the IMDRF, and we intend to contribute and pull our weight, more than pull our weight, I should say. We also have multiple multilateral and bilateral work going on. The GMLP principles released with FDA and Health Canada are the start, not the end of that work. We also have representation on Standards Committee and close working with the standards side of BSI and Rob and the team. We're also contributing to wider technical standards such as Decide AI, Tripod AI, and so on. We also are a key component of the multi-agency advisory service, which I'm not going to say anything about because I don't want to steal Alison's thunder, but it's very, very important. And we're making sure we align with complementary regulators like the MHRA and NICE, ensuring that our regulations present one solid combined voice to market. And then finally, we're also working for the Office of AI as well to look at cross-sector coordination. It's not just coordination across health, it's coordination across a bunch of other sectors as well. So my last slide here, AI as medical device standards, where the rubber meets the road. So there's a critical need for robust standards for AI as medical device. Legislation and guidance only get us so far. If we had the best legislation in the world, the best guidance in the world, but no standards, that would be a travesty. We would never get kind of good compliance. It would only ever be patchy. Standards are the kind of the last rung of that, which is absolutely and critical to get it right. We need harmonization of regulation at an international level. We're seeing that with the IMDRF. We're seeing that with multilateral and bilateral discussion, and also the MDIC. That is the good news. We also see the state of the art for AI as medical devices still settling, though. We don't necessarily have all of the technical answers to the technical questions. Those need to come, and then they need to be go through the standards kind of process. There's also different core challenges that AI presents at different levels of maturity. So some technical challenges aren't ready for standardization yet, but some are. Some are ready for principles, maybe a higher level approach. And we need to kind of address those core challenges, use the right tools in our toolbox at the right point. Then finally, the complexity of the AI standardization landscape is well, it's complex internationally. There are different standards committees working on different problems in different ways. And so we need to ensure it's harmonized as well. Which I'm sure BSI and Rob and the crew are always assisting with. So that's all from me. Rob, I hope I've not gone hideously over time and that there's plenty of time for Alison to present.
Johan, that was absolutely spot on. Thank you ever so much for that. We are going to move straight on to our second speaker now. So I'd like to invite Alison to pick up the discussion from her perspective. So Alison, over to you.
Hello, thank you for having me. I'm a bit thrown because I just want to know what 4 degrees Johan has, so I'll try and concentrate. Right, hopefully there we go, it is working. Yes, so I have recently started working at MAS, the Multi-Agency Advisory Service. That is its working title, just so that you know, so that may well change in the future. I have also for several years worked on a number of standards, starting with IEEE P7003, which is considerations for algorithmic bias. So I was very interested in Johan's comments on bias there. And most recently working with the Art1 committee at the sort of big suite of AI standards that are going forward, and Senelec, who are developing a set of standards, and I'll mention those a little bit later on. So I've worked in the standards arena for quite a while. So mention of the Multi-Agency Advisory Service, that NICE acts as a secretariat for the agency, the Multi-Agency Advisory Service. So the partners are all equal. So the partners for MAS are CQC, MHRA, HRA and NICE. But within the NICE secretariat, we sit under the Office for Digital Health, and I mentioned them purely because I am going to comment a little bit later on another strand that the ODH look after, which is the evidence standards framework and the update of that, which I'm going to talk you through later on. And of course the ODH do a whole load of other work as well, which you can see up there, topic selection and just looking at integrations with guidelines, contingent approval and so on and so forth. So there's a lot of work within NICE going forward. So a little bit more detail, the Multi-Agency Advisory Service. Again, it's its working title. As I've mentioned, we are all equal partners working together to try and have a coordinated response to streamline the regulatory landscape and journey for people to go through in development of their technologies and the adoption of technologies. And we are working hard to identify any gaps and overlaps to see if we can work together to streamline it further. So it's good fun and it's challenging, and a lot of work will be done in the future. MHRA are so forward thinking with some of the things that they're addressing with AI systems. They are to be commended, I have to say. So the vision, therefore, is, as I said, streamlined and have a trusted regulatory pathway for developers and adopters. And by adopters, we mean all aspects of those adopters. So Johan mentioned HEE's confidence in AI, and they have 5 archetypes there. So commissioners, users, and so on and so forth. So the whole stream of adopters, to make sure that we have safe and effective data-driven technologies. I will always add on the word fair, just being somebody who focuses on bias in AI, and to make sure that there is a meaningful person-centered benefit. And that word meaningful is really, really important, because we're not interested in tick box, ethics washing type approaches. We really need to make sure that all of these solutions that we provide are practical and meaningful in their goals. So we want to increase the clarity coming from academia into this field of regulation and standardization. I am of the mindset that I'm really, really sorry for developers to try and see what, the complexities that are out there and all the interlinking requirements they are. So we really want to try and provide clarity for that. Improve your navigation. I'll come back to that towards the end of the presentation about how we want to try and help with that, and increasing compliance and increasing trust. So part of the process is, as well as providing an information platform, which is a website that we hope to produce, so that's that information, we do want to be able to actually have some active support. So we are planning in the pipeline a transactional service where people can come, there's this sort of front door process where there are inquiries, we can sort of field those, triage those if you like, and then direct people to the right way, and make sure that any response, particularly complex responses that may have needs of more than one regulator, can actually be coordinated and to go out there. Not that will be the rare occasions, but that is in the pipeline going forward. Hence the multi-agency advisory service, as we call it. It's not just an informational website, as it were. And we are also working within policy, so joined up and individuals. And that's quite a challenge. Each organisation has their individual remits. And the handover between those is usually clear. Sometimes there's a little bit of a blurring, and sometimes there's a little bit of a gap, and this is where the MAS will come into and have a look at those sections where we have that issue, and to see if we can sort those blurred edges out, as it were. So there will be individual regulations and guidance. So MHRA's the new software as the medical device, and the new frameworks that they're going forward. HRA, for example, is streamlining their data-driven research policies, but we will do joined up policy work, and a major focus going forward will really to look at the real world monitoring for safe, effective and fair deployment, and hopefully at the intersection of actually the user experience, the clinical user, and how their experience is, and where there is sort of pitfalls there, and how we can support that. And again, as I mentioned, the service guidance through a single information platform to give a clear view of the regulatory pathway, providing materials there that you can navigate for yourselves. But if that still doesn't provide you any support, then there will be a one-to-one advice service. And we're hoping that it will be hosted on the NHS Innovation Service for developers, and potentially for online support for adopters. Now, I work in NICE, I'm in the Secretariat, they pay my wage, so I am going to mention the Evidence Standards Framework. So this has been, was implemented in 2018 as a trusted and respected set of standards describing the evidence needed for digital health technologies. And this, as you know, with NICE, to get a NICE approval, that will, depending on the type of approval you get, that can give you a mandate for commissioning within the NHS and the care system. Not all do, have to be careful with that one, but it just provides clarity to any innovators out there as to what evidence do I need, what do I need to ensure that I would tick all of these boxes to make sure that I can get approval moving forward, and I can ensure that my system is clinically and cost effective as well. So that's just a nice evidence framework. But since 2018, that's 4 years, things have changed dramatically, not least of which the field of AI. And AI and technological development and innovation always runs faster than standardization and regulation by their very nature. And the explosion of AI and the explosion of AI ethics really since 2018 has made a massive impact on how we view these technologies and how we're aware of the risks that they can occur, and now coming up with the practical solutions of how we can mitigate for those risks. So we're going through an update process at the moment to update it, and one of the main goals of that is to do the general update, working extremely closely with MHRA to make sure that this was, knowing that the changes coming forward that Johan will have alluded to, that they are a little bit more future proof, but also to include now some AI specific or nuanced guidance within there, and again with the same philosophy of not having a separate set of standards completely and AI exceptionalism, but integrating them within the wider software guidance, I think will simplify that, because we also have to remember that AI models will sit within a wider system, and they are not always standalone. So it makes perfect sense to me. So again, they've been working very carefully to review the evidence standards framework with colleagues in Imperial College, with University of Birmingham, and of course the Alan Turing Institute going forward, and again with much wider consultation, public, with experts, and again with organisations such as MHRA, CQC, HRA, and the mass partners going forward. So within the evidence standard framework, it's designed, and I'm conscious Johan is listening, so hopefully I'll get this right, to match as best as possible the classifications within the medical device classification system. So we have Tier A, which is equivalent roughly to Class 1s. DHTs intended to save costs or release staff time with no direct patient health or care outcomes. I will stay with one of those things that we have to be careful that the word direct is really important, because you can have second order effects, such as a bad bed management program can affect patients down the line if we're not careful. So although they're a lower tier, we have to be cognizant of those issues there. Then Tier B, looking for DHTs for helping people and patients to manage their own health and wellness. And then of course Tier C, which is really sort of the higher class, Class 3 type products, for those of you more familiar with MHRA classification, where again, DHTs for treating and diagnosing medical conditions or guiding care choices. So these are the direct impacts on patients. And Johan mentioned that a vast majority, about 80% of the types of medical devices going forward in this field will be looking at diagnosis and triaging and so on and so forth. And keep an eye on the methods in case I get any corrections from Johan. Moving forward, I just thought I'll just show you the standards in brief. So there's 21s overall. The ones that are circled or ringed in red are the ones that have been updated. So you can see those with describing value and delivering value haven't actually changed much, but those, for example, for the design factors, demonstrating performance and deployment considerations have changed. And the highlighted sections are where we have embedded specific AI requirements within those. So they're not everywhere, but in very well. So consider health and care inequalities and bias mitigation. Obviously, I'll point that one out to you. Define the level of professional oversight, and again, that's really important. We hear things about the human in the loop and human on the loop and human in command. We need to ensure that professional oversight by users is meaningful, that they understand it, and that it's not just a tick box, your human in the loophole, as I call it. So there's a lot of thought has gone into these, and I will just jump to a couple. So the first one, I mentioned earlier at the beginning of the presentation that this is a very complex field of many intersecting big S and little s standards and guidance practice, to steal Johan's phraseology. And so the first standard, the digital health technology, should comply with the relevant standards, safety and quality standards. And I think this is quite a useful one, because it is, again, directing developers to the, the key standards that are important. And we can see right at the bottom that we've got the well-known ISO 14971 application of risk management to medical devices in there, and there are others as well. Mention, of course, the DTAC, the Digital Technology Assessment Criteria, and the NHS standards DCP 0129 and DCP 0160, and so on and so forth. So again, just in that one page, I find it's very useful, and these will be integrated into the mass informational website as well. And the second one, of course, I'm going to point this out because it's my specialism. I'll keep an eye on the time. You have to consider the health and care inequalities and bias mitigation. And right at the bottom, you need to think about data-driven DHTs, including those with artificial intelligence, should describe any actions taken in the design to mitigate against algorithmic bias. And I will just take a little bit of time here to just say that please do not think it's just in the data. Yes, you have to ensure that your data is representative. You have to make sure that your data is relevant to where you are intending to deploy. But bias can be injected throughout the entire life cycle of development, deployment, and actually decommissioning by various methods. And even if you've got the most perfect data set in the world, if there's a little chink in there, in the development process, how you label, how you set your weightings, how you set your thresholds, what the value judgments that you make about whether a true positive or a false positive or a false negative or a true negative, which is worse, and what metrics you choose, and the design of interfaces and the human-computer interaction. Bias can be injected throughout the whole process, and actually AI can actually augment any little chink of bias that you've injected in there. So that is quite important to evidence. Mentioning a number of standards already, and I should really briefly mention, again, ART1, this big suite. BSI are acting as the UK secretariat for this international suite of AI standards. Very complex. I think there's been 10 published guidance standards in very general, including the classic defining terminology and what is AI, and there's 45 in development, including ones looking at AI risk and impact assessments, and also again bias mitigation. And Senelec is just finding its feet. It's meant to parallel the EU AI Act, and they're just developing their working groups now. So the ad hoc group I'm currently working with is conformity assessment and risk management, but there is another working group setting up now which is looking at sustainability. I'm really pleased to see that people understand that sustainability is wider than just environmental sustainability. It's balancing people and planet. And then those are vertical. And then we have the horizontal ones that are, sector specific, such as BSI 30440, and then BSI and the AAMI one, I think, was touched on earlier. This is an addendum to 14971, which is 34971, and that's out to public consultation at the moment. And again, in the center of that is really addressing, identifying, analyzing and mitigating for bias in that section. I was involved within that one. So I've mentioned BSI 30440. This is ongoing at the moment in development, and this has been designed to be an auditable standard. And one of the purposes for this is twofold. Really to provide a broad framework of binary actions. Have you done this? Haven't you done this? Have you got this evidence? Have this documentation? Haven't you got this documentation? Across the whole development field to address ethical development of healthcare AI devices. And this will include things such as climate change, and bias, and diversity and inclusion is in there, because you have to have diverse stakeholder meaningful input throughout the entire life cycle to ensure that you are mitigating for all of those unintended biases that can come and the ensuing harms. It touches on cybersecurity, but that's a very, very mature field, and really just cross references with that one. But the idea is to provide that framework. Then you will have it, an independent auditor, so an internal auditor in your companies can work towards that. You can set your systems. It will then have an external auditor who can confirm that you have adhered to all of that, and then you can go towards certification from an approved body, and then that will therefore provide assurance to adopting and commissioning organisations who do not necessarily have the skill, the time or the expertise to be able to assess any system that they're coming forward. So this provides a much simpler assurance than a complex procurement process where you need experts to understand what is being provided to you. And this is the aim of it. As I said, we've just gone through expert feedback on that, which we're just dealing with and hoping to go out to public consultation sooner. I'm just trying to move my slide and it's just not moving. So there we go. So there's 19 criteria within that. Healthcare needs, development. Well, we go inception, development, validation, implementation, and monitoring. So we took the whole life cycle approach. I'm really pleased to see monitoring with routine monitoring, modifications, and Johan dealt a lot there with change management, but including also decommissioning, which is really quite important, often gets forgotten about. Equity and bias are in there within the validation, and we'll see even earlier on in development, climate impact. It's a very broad standard to try and address the whole level of concerns that can go forward to developing ethical AI solutions. Short of time, so I will just bring that back together. BSI 30440 did work closely with the ESF team, and there is people on there sort of advising, so they do cross-reference the ESF when they talk about validation. Worked very, there's representation from MHRA on there, and actually at the same time there is a review committee going on now, which I'm getting those messages in, and they are the representative from MHRA is also signposting them to Chapter 10 of the 155-page document with regarding to key aspects of it. So we're trying to make sure that it is fully aligned to the changing and developing landscape of standards that are going forward. So again, we're hoping to be future-proofing. But there's a lot of standards mentioned, and where does it sit? One of the feedback on the ESF, for example, is where does this sit in the entire compliance and evidence, pathway that we have to do? Well, that is what MAS is trying to work through. So we have developed for the developers a regulatory pathway that takes people through the whole system that you can to try and work out what it is you need to do and when. And we're developing a website that will go forward. It's going to private beta this year, where there will be detailed guidance on there and be kept up to date. We're aware of future changes. We will develop the advice services around that, where maybe the answers aren't all clear to everybody, and hopefully in the future that there might be key decision tools available in there. And again, it's all the partners working together to make sure that that is as current as we can make it, with guidance and best practices to help both developers, but we also want to make sure that we can help adopters as well, so that they can have the assurance that what they are procuring is safe, effective, and indeed fair. And I think in the interests of time, I will leave it there to allow for Q&A.
Alison, thank you ever so much for that. In the interest of time now, I've got about 1 minute to ask questions, so I'm going to go really rapidly here and try and do one question each.
My
so, Alison,
apologies.
That's absolutely fine. It's a fascinating presentation, so thanks to both of you. But I don't want to be the person standing in the way of the FDA, who are coming up next. So question for you, Alison, in terms of the pathway for developers and adopters that NICE is developing, what could BSI be doing to help support them in terms of clarity and navigation around consensus standards?
I just think regular engagement. I know that the MAS talked about, we have the 4 partners, but it's really, even with 4 partners, it's really hard to ensure that we deal with everything. So, involvement with the standards organisation, make sure everything is aligned, and that we're cross-referencing things. But even, we need to reach out to other stakeholders as well, such as the ICO, the screening committee, the National Data Guardian. Some areas are really quite complex and intersecting. So, and I think what the standards can do is help draw those in a very simple framework. but it's a complex field and there's a lot of standards being developed at the moment. And so some guidance as to how these all intersect. And for me, the key thing, and in the interest of time again, is it's great for the developers and the industry and the people in the know, but we always have to think about how does the individual patient and the individual clinical user understand all of this system when they see a kite mark and understand what it means and understand these CE marks or UKCA marks. What does it mean to them and how we can get that public engagement and education out there, which BSI are quite good at, I think.
Thanks very much. And Johan, very, very quick answer on this, if you could. There's complexity around artificial intelligence standards at an international level. Is there anything we could be doing to provide better oversight around everything that's going on?
I think what you not already doing would be the better question, Rob, because you and the team already do so much. You've got your arms wrapped around, most committee standards known to man. If you don't know about it, it's probably not worth knowing, I think, in your team. And I think you're doing a fantastic effort to kind of, marshal those all in a single direction, which is easier said than done. You're also, you're working with regulators such as myself as well to ensure that you have an eye to the legislation. And also, in the EU as well, I know you're involved in that work as well. So, look, I don't have anything for you because I don't know what more you could do, Rob. I think, you and the BSI team are already doing what you can, and you're involved in those mapping exercises. You're involved in marshalling everything to the same direction, mapping things where it's not all going in the same direction, working closely with regulators around the world. So I think it's tick, tick, tick from me. The only encouragement would be to keep doing what you're doing. And thank you so much for doing it.
Thank you. So we've already run over time, so I'm going to have to stop there, hand back to Michael, but thank you very much for your excellent presentations and answering the questions. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Well, that was a fantastic session. And, the fact that, these different organizations have come together to work together through MAS, I think is really positive to help sort of try and help people navigate sort of the complexities. Now, next up with our next session, it's going to be discussing the FDA's final rule adoption of ISO 13485. We've got two excellent speakers in Scott Sarderson and Melissa Torres, who will take questions after they've both presented. Now, Scott was previously the International Regulatory Affairs and Quality Compliance Director at 3M in their healthcare business group. His role was to manage a global team assuring regulatory and quality management system compliance for their healthcare products. Our second speaker is Melissa Torres, who is the Associate Director for International Affairs at FDA. She's got a wealth of experience, gained over 17 years at the agency, and Melissa represents the US on IMDRF. So over to you.
So thank you all for having us today. My apologies for not having a webcam. We are actually, GoToWebinar is actually blocked in our FDA system, so I had trouble trying to get in. But again, my name is Melissa Torres. I'm the Associate Director for International Affairs in our Office of the Center Director at CDRH and at US FDA. I'm going to just speak a little bit about our proposed rule and provide a little bit of background as to sort of why we did this and where we are currently with it. Next slide, please. So just as an overview, FDA is proposing to harmonize our current QS regulation for medical devices with the standard ISO 13485, which we know is used globally by many other regulatory authorities. So in order to accomplish this, we are proposing to incorporate by reference the 2016 version of ISO 13485. And we decided to do this because many of the requirements in the standard are substantively similar to the requirements of our current quality system regulation. Our proposed QMSR was open for a period of 90 days for public consultation period, and it just closed on May 24th. We did receive a total of 74 submissions of comments. Now, each submission had multiple comments contained with them, and are now just beginning the process of reviewing those comments and figuring out how we may be able to address them. We are trying to aim to have the final rule published as early as next year sometime. Next slide, please. So as many already know, ISO 13485 is a standard that outlines the requirements for a QMS for medical devices. And we know that it's used by organizations that are involved in one or more stages of the life cycle of a medical device. And those include all of the things listed here, such as design and development, and production, storage, distribution, installation, etc. Next slide. So FDA has really had a long interest in utilization of ISO 13485, and much of our rationale for incorporating by reference this 2016 version is highlighted here. We already know that the regulatory expectations for QMS have evolved since the publication of our current quality system regulation well over 25 years ago. We also know that ISO 13485 is used by many other regulators around the globe as a QMS requirement. And therefore, many global medical device manufacturers already have to comply and meet the requirements of ISO 13485. We believe that moving to 13485 can benefit global medical device manufacturers to have a more globally harmonized QMS, and for the most part, be able to comply with a single set of requirements. We also believe this could allow FDA the ability to work closer with regulatory authorities to be able to facilitate regulatory convergence on QMS principles. In addition, we have always sought ways to harmonize ISO 13485 through various programs. Those include programs such as the Pilot Multipurpose Audit Program, which we had implemented a number of years ago, where we worked with Health Canada and US FDA together in looking at ISO 13485 audits and how we can accept them into our systems. We also had our 13485 Voluntary Audit Report Submission Pilot Program, where we accepted 13485 audits. And that was really a precursor to our medical device single audit program, which we now have in full implementation. It was through these programs which utilized 13485 that FDA learned many lessons, which really demonstrated the feasibility for being able to utilize 13485 as a basis for our QMS requirements. And as I mentioned earlier, we did extensive analysis as well and determined that the requirements in the 2016 version of the standard are really very, very similar to that of the QMS regulation. Next slide, please. So the benefits of 13485 as compared to the QS regulation really are that the standard has more modernized QMS principles. As I mentioned, it's been over 25 years since the FDA issued a quality system regulation, and obviously this 2016 version has much more up-to-date principles on QMS. We know it also has greater integration of risk management activities and stronger ties to 14971, one of the challenges we had with the QS regulation, because it did not really have that level of specificity for risk management, or quite frankly, in many of our expectations. Many of the FDA's expectations were really outlined in the preamble of our QS regulation, not necessarily in the regulatory requirements themselves. Finally, the requirements in the standard are globally harmonized, as I've mentioned, and are used by many other countries, including major markets like Europe, Canada, Australia, Japan, and many, many others. Next slide. So the goals in developing the proposed QMSR were really to be able to streamline and simplify our QMS requirements. We also wanted to reduce burden on many manufacturers by aligning as much as we could FDA's QMS requirements with globally harmonized QMS requirements that are outlined in ISO 13485. Therefore, we incorporated the 2016 version of the standard while trying to keep country-specific requirements at a minimum. We really tried to only focus on the requirements that were deemed necessary to remain in alignment with our Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act. And it was also important for us to be able to ensure that we maintain the same level of assurance in a firm's QMS and their ability to consistently manufacture safe and effective medical devices. Next slide. The proposed QMSR withdraws most of the requirements that are in our current Part 820, which is our QS regulation, but it does retain the scope and a number of definitions. We incorporated by reference the 2016 version of the standard, but we also ensured that we kept US specific requirements as a minimum, as I mentioned. Where possible, we proposed to accept the incorporated requirement in 13485 without any modification. In some cases, we did have to establish provisions in order to ensure consistency with other applicable FDA requirements. These areas included definitions, clarifying concepts, and in some cases, requirements. The proposed QMSR also included conforming edits to Part 4, which is our combination product GMP requirements. It's important to note that those changes we made to Part 4 for combination product GMPs didn't really change the GMP requirements, rather it just changed the references over to 1345. Next slide. So as you can see, the proposed QMSR is rather streamlined. There are sections for the scope, definitions, incorporation by reference, the requirements for QMS, clarification of concepts, the control of records, and device labeling and packaging controls. Next slide. For definitions under our 21 CFR 820.3, we had a number of categories that we applied to them. There are some definitions that we have decided to withdraw. There are others that we retained, modified, clarified, or added. So I'll run through a few of those. So for example, we did withdraw the term established because we already felt that that was adequately encompassed within the standard. As you can see here, we decided to retain a number of definitions from the current QS regulation in order to ensure adequate interpretation of the requirements for FDA's purposes in the proposed QMSR. Next slide. There are also terms, oh, back one. Thanks. There are also terms that we decided to retain but modified portions of the definition. So there are, sorry, previous slide. I think we're going forward, not back. Back. Okay, there we are. Oh, next one. Thank you, right there. So there are also terms that we decided to retain, but modify portions of the definitions. So you can see here we have rework. That term we decided to revise and remove our reference to a device master record because that was very specific to the QS regulation. In addition, we also clarified that product included services. And there were also some terms that we decided to clarify to ensure that they were aligned with FDA's legal and regulatory requirements. And those are really just medical device to device and labeling and manufacturer as well. And then finally, we decided to add additional terms, customer and process agent, for purposes of interpretation of the rule. Next slide. So if we look at more detailed requirements under 820.10, this is where we have the requirement for a manufacturer to document a quality management system. We also outlined how the requirements for QMS link additional FDA requirements, such as the FDA specific requirements for MDR and our UDI and corrections and removals, as well as tracking. And then we also discuss here the applicability of design and development activities for FDA purposes. In addition, for traceability, we also clarified that the requirement in the standard also included devices that support or sustain life. Next slide, please. So the clarification of concepts correlates the concepts that are identified in ISO 1345 to those of FDA. So for example, in the term organization, we clarified that that term also included the meaning of manufacturer as defined by FDA. So we also know that the standard uses the term safety and performance throughout, but that doesn't necessarily align with FDA's term of safety and effectiveness. So we did put that equivalence there. It's important to note that we're not making any assessment about the difference between safety and performance and safety and effectiveness. And certainly we received a number of comments related to that. We were just simply changing the term to align to our regulatory requirements. So no interpretation of the distinctions between those, just alignment for FDA's purposes. In addition, we also clarified the term validation of process to mean process validation for our purposes. Next slide, please. So back one. Thanks. So the control of records section is quite simple, but just supplements record keeping activities in ISO 13485. Those include things like our expectations for signature and date, or our specific requirements outlined for complaint handling, servicing, UDI, because those really tie to some of our requirements under our medical device reporting as well. So certain types of records have to be collected so that we can assess if they're MDR reportable. And these are all in addition to the requirements that we have outlined in clause 4.2.5 of ISO 1345. Next slide, please. So one area where we did decide to supplement the standard was in device labeling and packaging controls. So given the number of recalls and post-market issues that we've seen throughout the years, FDA really decided to supplement the requirements that were contained in clause 7.5.1e because we believe that ISO 13485 did lack the specificity to ensure adequate control of these activities. So FDA decided to take our previous requirements under the QS regulation and now put them within the proposed QMSR as requirements under 820.45. There are several key considerations with a proposed QMSR. That's fine. Next slide. Yeah. So as I mentioned, there are several key considerations in the proposed QMSR. Importantly, our proposed regulation does not modify which establishments or products that are subject to our Part 820 or QMS requirements. It does incorporate, as I mentioned, the 2016 version. We were very specific on the version of the standard. We do recognize that, while the standard historically does maintain stability for years, it will eventually be revised. And any future changes to that standard, we would have to certainly evaluate them and determine the impact of the rule. And if necessary, we would have to address those changes through rulemaking. We are right now proposing a transition period of 1 year after the publication of the final rule. We've received a number of comments related to this area and suggestions to have a longer transition period, so we are taking that into consideration currently. We also ensured that the standard was free and publicly available as per one of our requirements to be able to incorporate by reference. It can be accessed through the ANSI Incorporated by Reference portal and the website I have on this slide. Another important consideration is that FDA is going to retain our inspectional authority. We'd like to note that our FDA inspections are not going to result in the issuance of certificates of conformance to 1345, and that manufacturers who actually have a certificate, 1345 certificate, are not going to be exempt from FDA inspections. So next slide, please. There are also many FDA implementation activities that we have to undertake, and some of this has started and been ongoing for a number of years. As we worked on the proposed rule, we took a lot of this into consideration and started some early work, foundational work on some of these activities. But for example, we're going to need to update our technology systems. We have to train our FDA staff, both in the center, who are compliance officers, as well as on the field, our investigators and compliance officers that are in our district offices. We also have to develop a new inspection model, which will replace our current quality system inspection technique. This is something, as I mentioned, that we've been working on for quite some time behind the scenes, trying to figure out what a new inspection model may look like. That new inspection model would need to be aligned with the requirements of our final rule. We also have to look at other relevant regulations that reference 820 and what the impact may be. And finally, other documents are also impacted by this rulemaking. We've been doing analysis, and there are something like over 200 guidance documents that FDA will need to take a look at, potentially update references or update more substantial content to align with the new proposed QMSR. And finally, and the most important part is we're going to need to do a lot of education and communication with our key stakeholders. Next slide. So in summary, as I've discussed, we did issue a proposed rule to amend Part 820 of the Quality Management System Regulation, and we are specifically incorporating the 2016 version of ISO 1345. We're hopeful that we will be able to further harmonize global regulatory requirements for QMS by moving towards the internationally recognized standard as opposed to a country-specific regulation. And Really, we do believe that at the end of the day, this will include more simplified and streamlined regulatory requirements, as well as less burden on manufacturers while maintaining the similar level of assurance in a firm's quality management system. The next slide. So I just want to thank you, and I will turn it over to Scott to provide some industry perspective on our proposed regulation.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. I wanted to give a couple views on it from an industry perspective. You know, one of the things that a lot of people may not realize is that this has been a long-term project. Part of the revision of ISO 1345-2016 was actually trying to align some of these needs that the FDA and even Japan and others would want. So this has been a long-term goal, and I really think that the FDA presentation is a great starting point for all industry to look at. It gives you what you need to know and where you need to start, and then to be monitoring the future guidance. So next slide, please. Next slide. So in general, the industry has been very supportive of this work. The comments from the industry see it as a value added. I think as an industry representative, the more harmonization that we can have to meet global markets, the better things will be for everybody, including the patient. So I think in general, there's been a tremendous amount of support on this FDA initiative. And there's some work that's, again, been done earlier to even help get there that I'll highlight at the end. But in the comments in the panel meeting, there are some general areas of concern the industry has. You heard Melissa talk about the transition time. The proposed rule was for 2 years transition, and depending on the nature of your organization, depending on the size, depending on your maturity of your quality management system, that 2 years could be quite challenging. I spoke up, for example, in my organization, I had 57 sites where I would have to do some modifications. So that's been brought up, and we're hoping that there's a little bit more for more transition time given to the industry in general. As Melissa already pointed out, we also would like to get some further guidance in the areas specifically where the FDA is calling out differences or non-alignment. I think there's some really good thoughts and concepts on what those are, but that's kind of held a little bit tight with the people who have been in the project, right? So we're really looking for some better clarification on expectations or how things align, and that's the things that Melissa showed on her second slide that the FDA is working on, and I think where a role of AAMI in the industry can also help out. Melissa also mentioned the training and education of the audit module and the new approach. As we all know, we're familiar with QSIT, we're familiar with the way the FDA audits. I think the industry is really wondering, how does this look when the FDA would come in now with the QMSR? What would change? And then also, to Melissa's point, how does the agency go about changing the way their staff work and how they interact with industry? So that was another area of concern that was brought up. And the last is probably in my head as the convener of TC 210 Working Group 1, the one that I think is going to be really important, and is that there are things that the FDA has acknowledged that could be better in the standard, and other countries also have some views of the standard and what we could do differently. And if the 2016 version was to be revised or modified or changed as we evolve, how will the FDA go about changing the reference? And that's not necessarily easy in the US framework. So one of the big questions on there is, you know, it's calling out 1345-2016, but what if there's an amendment? What if there's a change? And the agency is well aware of this concern, and I think that that's going to be something that's going to have to be worked on, but it's something that why we're trying to keep as much stability to the standard right now as we possibly can. Next slide, please. So when people ask me about this change, I try to explain that if you're an organization that has the 1345-2016 compliance and cert, and you're meeting the 21 CFR 820 requirements because you sell in the US too, I think you're in really good shape. You know, I'm not going to say there's nothing to be done. There's definitely work to be done. I think, you know, reviewing Melissa's presentation on the definitions and really understanding how those may or may not affect your QMS. In some ways, it might simplify it because you can go to the 1345 definition and not have different definitions for the two different rules. But definitely looking at how those might affect what you do in your organization and how it may affect your interpretation of the requirements. You know, use the presentation that Melissa gave and focus on the areas where the QMSR is providing further clarification or references or linkages. That's where you probably would already have this done because you're having an 820 compliant system as we speak. But the QMSR may add some elements or some changes that should be monitored. And where you see that the QMSR is stating there's substantial equivalence, you should feel that there's minimal updates you might need to do. So I feel like in general, in this particular example, if you're in a company like this, you're going to have to do some SOP updates and you're going to have to do some changes, and you might be able to standardize and harmonize more, but you shouldn't have great changing practices in your quality management system, because as of today, you're trying to do both systems, the 1345 and the 21 CFR. So you should be in pretty good shape. A caution, don't take this as 1345 2016 is going to be the new way completely. As you saw in Melissa's presentation, there are areas that the FDA is going to expect additional expectations because of the legal framework in the US, and she has them in their slides. The couple I brought up was record and documentation requirements, labeling, and other regulations like complaint management. So if you have those specifically today for FDA compliance because you're a dual global manufacturer, those are going to need to be maintained, and you need to continue to make sure that those are part of the US level and not 1345 level that you might have if you weren't selling to the United States. And I think Melissa also brought this up. Remember that this is really about 820, but there are other US regulations that have linkages. And so don't forget other supporting regulations in 21 CFR like 803, 806, and the other ones she had on her slide like UDI. Next slide, please. Where I think that this could be a little bit more challenging is if you're a global manufacturer who maybe isn't selling in the US right now and you have 1345 2016. You know, when I teach and go to other places before this even QMSR, I would explain that, you know, 1345 gets you about 85% there to what US FDA needs. And maybe we're closer, maybe we're like 90, 95% with the QMSR. But just because you have 1345 2016 and you have a compliant system, do not think you're just going to be okay with the new requirements in the US under the QMSR. You really should look at your complete QMS, look at where these things that the FDA is calling out as are country specific or are linked to other regulations, and really have a work plan to update your QMS to meet the QMSR. And the good news is this will be easier because it's going to be more aligned to 1345, but do not assume because you have 1345, you'll be ready to go in the US in the future. There's still work to be done to address some of these elements. The bottom two are two very helpful documents that I try to point people to. The first one is the 1345 practical guide and advice from the TC210 Working Group 1. The reason I bring this up, even though it was published before the FDA announced this QMSR update, is that some of the unique things that the US would require were built into the guidance document. So as you read the sections of this handbook or practical guide, you're going to see some best practices or things that are kind of called out as the way to do things. And many of those were done to balance all the different national requirements. So it's a good starting point of what does maybe best practice look like. And in doing that, you've probably met the US FDA current and future QMSR requirements. A second document that was published in 2019 is a technical report by AAMI, and that's the mapping of 1345 2016 to 21 CFR 820, and it goes in both directions. And the bottom is just a paragraph from the AAMI webpage, but it's really was built as a tool to help help the industry understand how close these two requirements are. And this was also a tool that Melissa and the team were using as part of the work in the FDA to show that this can be done, that they could go to an alignment to 1345. So it's very helpful to see what that document, how it's mapping the different things, and use it in your organization to show that this is very much better and more aligned than it has been in the past. Next slide. That might be all I have actually too. Yep. So I think with that, we're open to take some questions.
Hi, thanks for the great overview from you both. Really, really insightful. So one question that's come in from Joanna is along these lines. So will the adoption of ISO 13485 impact the MDSAP process? So, will there be a need to, for changes in the MDSAP audit approach document? And for those manufacturers who are not within the MDSAP program, does this change or reduce the frequency of audits that the FDA will carry out?
I think Melissa, you got to take the lead on this one.
Yeah, I'll start out with that one. So, certainly we'll have to make some adjustments to the MDSAP audit model. But remember, the audit model was already based on 1345 in the 2016 version. And what we do have is called out country provisions. And so there are some, we tried to keep those at a minimum when developing the MDSAP audit model. So we can foresee that maybe potentially, a few of the called out FDA provisions may no longer be necessary. But I think those adjustments will be quite minor since we already had that program based on the standard itself. It doesn't change our, paradigm right now. FDA accepts MDSAP audit reports in lieu of our routine inspections, and that will still remain in effect as well. So none of that will programmatically change. So those that are participating in MDSAP, I will say, they're not going to see much of a change from that standpoint.
Great. Another question that's just come in. So has IEC 81001-5-1 acquired harmonized standard status under the EU medical device regulations? And how does the application relate to ISO 13485, especially for legacy devices? So is that one that you can take on?
I can't take it on. I don't even know what the net standard number is.
I don't either.
Yeah, I don't have the ability either. Okay, well, we'll sort of pass on that. If anyone has any other questions, please feel free to put them in the Q&A box. So from an industry perspective, obviously, sort of the move to sort of global harmonization is a great thing. Helps sort of streamline sort of R&D processes and some of the internal sort of regulatory processes. Can we expect sort of a gradual sort of creeping together for other standards, other approaches, and if so, what might we sort of be looking at sort of in the future? So this is sort of more along the IMDRF lines, I guess.
I don't know, Scott, did you want to start out from a standards perspective?
Yeah, I guess, we keep reiterating the great success 13485 has had, as well as 14971, and if nothing else, foundationally as a starting point, no matter what medical device is being made. And I think that that's a discussion right now in TC210 is, how do we keep that momentum but not have a bunch of divergence on other things? And so when I mentioned that, we're looking at the future of QMS, and there might be some elements in 1345 we don't have, but we also want to keep it as stable as possible. There's a balancing going on. So I think from an ISO perspective, we are very well aware that, we want to keep this as standardized and harmonized as possible. We want to address that it's 90% there, and then maybe there's some good improvements we need, but we also have to look at the need for stability as well as standardization globally. And I think those two standards are perfect examples. I hope that things that IMDRF and others are building and are creating, one of my concerns always is how do they work with those two standards? Do they conflict? And to be honest, that last question is one of my biggest challenges, is staying ahead of all of the work that's going on and wondering how does that affect the worker group one and the call for experts. So I think there's a lot of work to be done, but I think we all know the intent. We know what we want and we all agree to that. So that's what's really nice about this kind of work.
And, you know, and from my perspective, from an IAM draft standpoint, I do sit on the IAM draft management committee, as well as I'm actively involved in ISO TC210. From an IAM draft perspective, we have been working through the years, really talking about the importance of standards and for regulators to ensure that they adopt standards. And I will say early on in some of these processes, many of the regulators just weren't familiar with the standards development process, and really, quite frankly, just didn't even understand it. Didn't understand how they may have a voice in the standards development process, or when they come up for votes, how they may be able to provide their feedback. So we've been working really hard at trying to educate other regulators. We have, as US FDA, we had chaired that working group under IAM draft for standards. We developed a number of documents related to that, how to develop standards for regulatory purposes. And we've really been encouraging the regulators to engage in standards process. And so we do have a strong relationship with ISO TC210. We have routine updates at our IAM draft meetings on standards activities, especially with ISO TC210 and IEC 62. So we are trying to further foster that. And we do have work items that we're thinking about in the future of how we may be able to further support standards like ISO 14971 and ISO 13485, building upon some of the previous GHTF documents on QMS principles.
Yeah, this might sort of be out of your scope, I'm not sure, but earlier on we heard about AI as a medical device. Obviously, this is, it's such a burgeoning field, so much going on. Is it easier to sort of try and gain global consensus around this, or is it even, is it harder because there's so much going on, because it's at an early stage? It's a bit of a loaded question, but
well, AI and software came into the work with the 2016 version. Those questions kept coming up, and then we had two issues. One is actually working group 1 didn't have a lot of experience with software or with AI. Only like 2 or 3 people in a large team, working group 1 actually had that experience. So part of the role with Peter Linders is, asking me how would that look? What would that look like to really build in some of these elements? So I was taking a ton of notes on the last presentation because I need to learn. I don't know enough about it. My hope with some of the other work that ISO is driving is that 1345 kind of becomes a parent standard. And then from there, you can build a child relationship with maybe some of these special things, but again, never in conflict. Now, that's something that we're working on as we speak with Task Force 15, which is what is the role of 15? What is the role of an MSS in the big ISO? And so a lot of the work Melissa and I are doing right now is just kind of trying to protect 1345 and allow it to kind of evolve to be that parent for this industry. And then from there, I think to your point, Michael, yeah, you could have, the child relationships on these specialties where you're taking the best part and then adding on what's really different about them, because the standard itself can't do that and still serve regulatory purpose.
Yeah. I mean, as someone that just about knows how to work the microwave, I was making loads of notes on the last one as well.
Yeah.
Fascinating stuff.
Very fascinating, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Another question's come in from Eamon. So will the MDSAP audit approach influence the replacement for QSIT?
Yes. So that is one thing that we certainly have been looking at. As I mentioned, while we were working on the proposed rule, we also had working groups between the center and our Office of Regulatory Affairs who are responsible for doing inspections. And one of the key points was we brought to the table the MDSAP audit model and said, okay, this should be a starting point. Let's see how much we can align ourselves with this existing audit model and make adjustments for FTE purposes. And so, yes, we've been in discussions. We are trying to align ourselves as much as we can with what we have already established for the MDSAP audit model. Luckily, we have folks that were involved in developing the MDSAP audit model, also involved in working on a new inspection model for ORA. So yes, is what all I can say right now. What it ends up being at the end of the day, there may be some adjustments and a bit of differences, but we are trying to use that as a foundational audit model for our new one.
I think, Melissa, there's another thing I didn't say, that industry has asked you to really challenge why things have to be different. And that was one of the panel comments. That's also been, I bet you, some of the written comments you're getting in. So one of the things industry is saying is thank you, thank you, thank you. But is there really a reason this has to be different, and asking the FDA to relook at that? And I think the audit module, the MedSAP program, that has a lot of experience to say yes or no. And part of that was done on the front end, everybody, but I think that just asking to really relook at it, because you know, the more national differences we have, then it's harder to balance. But I think they're doing a really nice job trying to figure that out and stay as harmonized as they can.
Yeah, and certainly, you know, we've received a lot of comments, as I mentioned, and we are looking at those comments, and obviously what we propose will evolve based on some of those comments, and, you know, it may become even further streamlined. And that's some of the conversations we're having right now. You know, is it really necessary for us to have this provision or that provision? And so we're starting to rethink some of that. So I do foresee that, you know, potentially the final rule may be even further streamlined than what we saw with the proposed rule. And, you know, really trying to align ourselves as much as we can to international programs, or, you know, how others have implemented in other jurisdictions.
That's brilliant. Thank you. So I think we're out of questions for you. If there's anything else you want to add at all, then feel free to do so.
No, I would just ask industry to keep your eye on this. I think there'll be a lot of information coming out. Take a look at the response to the comments, you know, and I think in general, this is a really good step for us globally. And it also will help the US companies be more interested in 1345, to be fair. So I think it's a great win for all of us.
Yeah, not much more from me. You know, if anyone's ever interested and wants to see all of the comments we did receive on the proposed rule are publicly posted on our regulations.gov website. So you can see, search them, you know, kind of get an idea or feel for kind of the issues that we are trying to address right now.
Brilliant, thank you. And yeah, Scott and Melissa, thank you very much for that. Really helpful and insightful. So you're off the hook now. We'll kind of move on to the last session of the day. So yeah, we're at the last session, and we've got Professor Michael Miller, who's going to deliver a talk to us, looking and discussing standards and structure to deliver a high-cost, effective, high-quality e-health system to support integrated care model. So Professor Miller is a respected international consultant in health informatics and e-health strategy and systems. He spent his whole career in this sort of domain. He has a massive amount of experience with WHO. He's a roster of experts. He's on their digital health technology digital health technical advisory group. Excuse my tongue-tiedness, and he's also an advisor for BSI, so a huge amount of experience in this space. He's also CEO of the Care Innovation Corporation. So over to you, Michael.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Thank you. So next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. Thank you. So let's look at the standards and structure to deliver a cost-effective, high-quality e-health system. Healthcare systems around the globe are challenged by increasing demand and demographic change in population. The fiscal sustainability of healthcare provision is now in question. Chronic conditions, non-communicable diseases, now account for the largest element of healthcare expenditure worldwide, and that's put by the WHO at around 80%. The need for an integrated care, a more efficient and effective integrated e-health system capable of delivering a single unified patient summary record has never been greater. Next slide, please. The patient-centric integrated care model. There is a trend around the world to move away from the fortress-like structure of primary health care, acute care hospitals, and mental and social care facilities to an integrated care model that is patient-centric. And as you can see from the diagram, some examples of some of the operational nodes. At each one of those, the person responsible, the clinician or the allied professional, would really need to see a complete summary record of the patient's history. If we can deliver that, we deliver a system for healthcare without walls or borders. Next slide, please. Predict and prevent poor health model. For years, we have known that we should be moving away from a system that prioritizes treatment to one that can also predict and prevent poor health. To be successful, this requires integrated patient electronic healthcare records so that any clinician or allied professional can view a single unified patient record. Next slide, please. Let's look now at the genesis of the electronic medical record. In March 1968, a paper authored by Dr. Larry Wheat published in the New England Journal of Medicine entitled Medical Records That Guide and Teach. This paper is widely accepted as the genesis of the electronic medical record. Sadly, over half a century after its publication, no nation has yet delivered a fully integrated, unified summary patient electronic medical record, even though I think Dr. Weed explained to us what the fundamental requirements would be. To continue to do the same thing and expect a different result is a definition of insanity, according to Einstein. As an example, it is estimated NHS England has spent 20 years and over £30 billion on an integrated single patient summary care record. And yet we still have a significant way to go. We have an undefined budget and timescale in the government's latest NHS data strategy. Next slide, please. Let's consider the following. What is required to deliver the standards and structure for a cost-effective, high-quality e-health system to support an integrated care model that addresses semantic interoperability, defined by many thought leaders as the single largest challenge to producing a unified electronic patient record that spans from a patient from womb to tomb? Next slide, please. The challenges of semantic interoperability. Let's look at the following issue with maintaining the consistency of meaning across multiple domains. And this really is, I think, the largest issue that faces electronic health records worldwide. Consider the following list of words: tumour, neoplasm, carcinoma, cancer, malignancy, lump, abnormal growth, mass, proliferative disease. These are all words that could be used to describe what was wrong with a patient suffering from a particular form of cancer. The words all share a commonality of meaning. They are not exact synonyms, however. Some are quite general terms that refer to the central symptoms of the disease, a lump or mass, without necessarily carrying any implication of the diagnosis. There are also differences between the diagnostic term, which is a more precise diagnosis than cancer. These differences in precision and emphasis occur in medical language because they are features of natural language. We are able to communicate effectively using natural language because we bring enormous amounts of background knowledge and an understanding of the context when we interpret a sentence. Next slide, please. Many of the communication problems in healthcare occur when the people involved do not share the same background. Problems also arise when words are used in computer software without an appropriate context. For example, as labels that define categories. It is increasingly important that computerized patient record systems be able to identify all patients with a particular condition, say diabetes. Simply searching the record for any occurrence of the word would probably succeed on most occasions, but fail on many others. Consider a search using the word diabetes. This would only detect patients whose diagnosis was recorded with a precise word. It would not detect patients who were recorded as diabetic, or NIDDN, a common abbreviation for non-insulin dependent diabetes mellitus. It would, however, include patients whose record contained the words in other contexts, for example, suspected diabetes, or worried about diabetes, or son has diabetes, as an example. Next slide, please. The challenge of semantic interoperability. Controlled clinical terminologies or coding systems have been developed in an attempt to solve these problems. They include the World Health Organization International Classification of Disease, latest version 11, which contains around 55,000 terms. The International Health Standard Terminology Development Organization, ISO, systemized nomenclature of medicine clinical terms known as SNOMED CT, has around 450,000 concepts. It should be understood that the implementation of these standards can take considerable amount of time and effort. NHS England, for example, has spent 2 decades implementing SNOMED CT and still has a considerable way to go. However, while these terminologies and vocabularies are helpful, we need additional vocabularies across the entire health domain to ensure meaning and remove ambiguity. These would include the Dictionary of Medicines and Devices, DM&D, and, for example, pathology lab tests, where, in England, for example, we have labs calling the same test by different names, different reference ranges, different units of measure, which gives us terrible problems when we try and bring the data together. You can see this in a document called the Atlas of Variation in Diagnostics, released in 2013. Next slide, please. However, there is some hope. Recent initiatives, and I mean very recent, to address semantic interoperability. There are 3 very recent initiatives that seek to address this issue. They are, number 1, proposal for regulation of the European Parliament and of the Council on the European Health Data Space plus its annexes. Number 2, Oracle, with acquisition of Cerner, thinks it can fix the biggest tech issue. Larry Ellison outlined his well-trodden problems with the US's healthcare data system. Patient information is siloed off within individual institutions. And the third one is a Scandinavian initiative, the world's first cross-border digital health framework program, shared interoperability standards across Sweden, Denmark, Norway, Finland, and Iceland. And these are all initiatives that have been published within the last 2 months. Next slide, please. Let's look at the first. Proposal for regulation of the European Parliament Health Data Space. This was published on the 3rd of May 2022. The European Strategy for Data proposed the establishment of a domain-specific common European data space. The European Health Data Space, EHDS, is the first proposal for such domain-specific common European data spaces. We should remember here that any citizen of the EU has the right to go to any other nation in the EU for medical treatment. However, currently it's impossible in the sense that their data doesn't follow them, so the clinician in another country would not see their data record. It will address health-specific challenges to electronic health data access and sharing. Is one of the priorities of the European Commission in the area of health and will be an integral part of building a European Union. EHDS will create a common space where natural persons can easily control their electronic health data. It will also make it possible for researchers, innovators, and policymakers to use the electronic data in a trusted and secure way that preserves privacy. Next slide, please. Let's look at the requirement here for interoperability in the EU documentation. Number 1, An ER system shall allow personal electronic data to be shared between health professionals or other entities from the healthcare system, and between healthcare professionals and the patient, or health professional portals in common used electronic interoperable format, which includes inter alia, data set content, data structures, formats, vocabularies, taxonomies, exchange format, standards, specification, profiles for exchange, and code lists, thus enabling system-to-system communication. The second, and I think a very important one, an EHR system shall be interoperable and compatible with the European infrastructure set out in this regulation for the cross-border sharing of electronic health data. So we're moving away from an option of using these coding structures and vocabularies to making it a regulatory requirement. And I think that will make, that hopefully will focus the implementation and ensure consistency across a geographical domain. The EHDSs will promote better exchange and access to different types of electronic health data, including electronic health records, genomics data, patient registries, etc. Not only will this support healthcare delivery services and personnel involved in providing healthcare or primary use of electronic health data, it will also support health research, innovation, policy making, regularity purposes, and personalised medicine purposes, secondary use of electronic health data. A comprehensive set of standards and vocabularies has yet to be developed. Europe's digital decade, digital targets 2030. So the plan is to produce these by 2030. Next slide. The second recent initiative published on the 10th of June this year is Oracle Cerner think it can fix healthcare's biggest tech issue. So we've seen the European initiative, we now see the USA initiative. Just after closing a $28 billion deal to acquire electronic health records company Cerner, tech giant Oracle said it thinks it can solve one of the biggest tech problems in healthcare, patient records. The combined companies will create a national health record database that pulls in data from thousands of hospitals, said Larry Ellison, Oracle board chairman and chief technology officer, during a press briefing. Ellison outlined the well-trodden problems in the US healthcare data system. Patient information is siloed off within individual institutions. That makes it harder for doctors to get information about their patients when they're treated at other institutions. It also makes it difficult for research teams to study on large groups of people. They are often limited to patients at the place where they work. But despite Ellison's sweeping promises, Oracle will likely face an uphill battle to make the vision a reality. Healthcare IT experts tweeted skepticism in the wake of the announcement. Experts in health technology and federal government have spent years, if not decades, trying to make it easier for health records held at different institutions to communicate with each other. There, I think we will need the vocabularies that we've spoken of, the transportation mechanisms, FHIR, and HL7 version 3 already exist, or what doesn't exist is an agreed terminology or vocabulary. Next slide, please. The world's first cross-border digital health framework program. This was published on the 15th of June 2022. The Nordic regime aims to be the most integrated healthcare region in the world by 2030. According to the Nordic Council of Ministers, a shift toward digital health and its focus on self-management of health by Nordic populations will be an important step on this journey, but it also brings new risks. Despite the 350,000 digital health technologies on the market, no standard regulation or risk management system is in place in any of the Nordic countries. These have left medical professions unable to find prescribed digital technology safely. To resolve this critical issue and lead the world in adopting connected health technologies on a large scale, the Nordic Digital Health and Evaluation Criteria, NORDEC program, has been created. The NORDEC is the world's first program to unify digital health standards across multiple countries. delivering safe digital health across Sweden, Denmark, Norway, Finland, Iceland. So there we have three, I think, very promising initiatives, which shows a fundamental change after some significant time to address this long outstanding problem for over half a century, from Weed's paper, and certainly in NHS England, the second largest healthcare provider in the world, over the last 20 years. So there is hope, but we do need new standards, and I hope the BSI and others will be included in helping to develop those standards. Next slide, please. So what needs to be developed for the required standards? There are clearly a number of standards that need to be developed if we are to address the largest issue facing e-health sector. They include, number one, a global comprehensive end-to-end clinical vocabulary, including but not limited to diagnosis, pathology, diagnostics, imaging, and dictionary of medicine devices, overcoming semantic interoperability challenges. We should remember, though, how even when this has been developed, it still leaves us with the problem of all the legacy data that currently exists in the world. Number two is international training systems for clinical vocabularies, implementation and support. Remember, NHS England, as an example, has taken 20 years and still hasn't completed the task. It is a huge area of change. Number three is regulation to ensure adherence. We need to ensure that all practitioners use that consistent vocabulary. And number four, global medical devices approval processes and procedures. Perhaps subsequently, as examples, we might progress on to genomics data, clinical best practice, individualized care pathways, AI standards, including clinical alerts and patient segmentation of risk, and computerized physician order entry, CPOE order sets. We should remember, if you're a clinician, a primary healthcare clinician, which may have, for example, 7 minutes with a patient, even if the full summary record was there, plus the genomic data, asking a clinician to be able to decide on the diagnosis and the possible treatment and care pathways is based on genomic data as well as the patient's history, is a huge challenge, and therefore we need the data to be computerized so we can use analytical techniques to assist the doctor in prescribing treatment and care pathway. Next slide, please. Further areas of standards. Healthcare is a complex domain. Optimal use of data has many benefits, both in terms of clinical outcomes and organizational efficiency and effectiveness, whilst minimizing errors and making the best use of scarce clinical and allied professional staff resources. And I found this to be a problem around the world. There is a shortage of clinicians and nursing staff, and there's unlikely to be any significant increase in the availability of those people. So we need to develop a more efficient and effective system, as most populations in the world are aging, and aging people require greater demands on healthcare. Clearly, data and standards play a key role and fundamental role in organisational progress. With chronic disease, lifelong conditions growing exponentially worldwide, and being the largest area of cost. For example, diabetes, with patient numbers worldwide set to grow by 46% by 2045, according to the International Diabetes Federation. You can see their map on the left of this slide. Further areas of standard could include patients taking ownership of their own conditions, segmentation of patients on the basis of risk, using resources in order to prioritise those patients, and so that we can minimise the development of acute complications, which are expensive for healthcare providers, but perhaps more importantly, life-changing events for the patient: stroke, cardiovascular disease, amputation in the case of diabetes, for example. And lifestyle coaching, diet, exercise, and mental well-being. So the biggest change is not just medical, but actually changing patients' lifestyle so that they are less likely to develop acute complications. Next slide, please. Using data standards and AI to segment patient population, you can see on the left an outline diagram of how this might work. In the broadest sense, population segmentation is the process of grouping together individuals within a population into subgroups, segments, based on specific characteristics. For example, separating populations into groups that are clearly differentiated by specific characteristics allows investigation into how each segment interacts with the system and the development of strategies tailored accordingly to those characteristics. The insights obtained help systems and organizations to move away from reactive strategies to those that are both proactive and reactive. Those patients most at risk, and again, using diabetes as an example, most practices could not easily identify which of their diabetic type 2 patients are most at risk of an acute complication. If we get this data moving more frequently and more accurately, then they can be identified, and we can use resources, valuable resources, to try and minimize the onset of those acute complications, reducing the costs to the provider and improving the outcomes significantly for the patient. And finally, the granularity achieved by population segmentation allows prediction and plans to be made that will benefit the specific subgroup and facilitate the goals for more personalized care in health planning, reducing care costs and minimizing life-changing acute complications for patients. Next slide, please. In conclusion, then, this is more of a question than a suggestion. If we're going to develop global standards that cover the domain and are usable by all nations around the world, should they choose to do so, who might be involved in the development of these standards? And these are some ideas of organisations that I've put on there. They're by no means exclusive or preclude anybody else, but some thoughts and ideas on who might be involved. So we're looking at sort of government institutions, organisations like the BSI, the World Health Organization, HIMSS, the IHT, SDO, large corporations that are involved in this domain ought to be involved, and hopefully to get agreement on what needs to be achieved, what standards we can develop, and how we can best improve healthcare. And it would be a great benefit for all the populations around the world, but also huge fiscal opportunities for those commercial organisations, because they will really be able to deliver healthcare on a worldwide platform. Thank you for listening today. And perhaps we can have the next slide. It's time for any discussion or questions. Thank you.
That was great, Michael. Thank you very much for that sort of thought-provoking presentation. Just while we wait for some questions to come in, just one thing from me was at the start you mentioned how people can use terms like lump, cancer, tumour to mean the same thing, and then obviously talks about the sort of standardisation and the need for that, which absolutely is needed. How would that work with different languages, for instance? Can you give any thoughts in terms of how that standardization would work, across French, Chinese, and Japanese, and other languages, or is
that's fine. I worked in 2004 on the development of SNOMED CT, and the way that we dealt with that was so each of the diagnostic terms that we wish to use, we associated a number, and that number was the key. And therefore you could translate into any language you like, because the consistency was numerical, not language based. I hope that helps answer your question.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And the other thing is, so when I worked at MHRA in safety and surveillance, this was a common issue. When we got adverse incidents and we're using sort of free text, people would describe the same thing. Even pain, they would describe it in different ways, which meant it was a lot more challenging to look for signals in that data. Now we have global medical device nomenclature, EMDN, GMDN, ATC, SNOMED, ICD. We've got all these different sort of nomenclatures that have built up. So is there a need for those to come together as well to adopt a standard approach?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to recommend what is done, actually, while I highlight the issue.
Right.
But we need standardizations. If you look just across Europe, this is not just a developing nations problem. You know, I've witnessed that when I've been to various countries around the world that are developing economies. They do not have the resources to develop their own. But if we look across Europe, Canada, the United States of America, you know, perhaps the data, patient data, is still so fragmented. And as the European Commission has recently published, we need to resolve this. I'm not trying to prescribe what the solution is, but rather that all those vested interest groups that I've tried to include in my last slide might be part of actually forming that, so that we can actually gain the benefits from e-health. You know, the number of webinars there are, the number of, look at this we've got here, health applications, how wonderful it all is. But we're not harvesting the benefits that we could do if we had a mechanism by which patient data could be brought together and we could achieve far better outcomes at reduced costs for patients. And we know, you know, I was listening this morning to BBC News to the president of the Royal Society of General Practitioners saying that, you know, when he started as a GP, he would see on aggregate 20 patients a day. Now he's seeing 50 patients a day. And people are leaving the industry because they can't stand the stress. And this isn't just a British problem, this is worldwide as far as I can see. And so we need to find more efficient and effective ways, not to downgrade care, actually to improve it, but to automate the routine as much as possible. So we can leave our professional staff to deal with the complex cases that need their intervention. I think that's the hope that I have. And why I get very motivated by this whole question. There's much benefit that we could bring. I hope that answers your question, Michael.
Yeah, no, absolutely, yeah. Absolutely, sort of freeing people up to spend time where it's most needed. Absolutely. Not sure whether this is one that you can is in sort of kind of in your realm or not, but there's a question's come in, and the question is, what advice can you give for someone that wants to transfer from a paper system to an e-health system? Can you suggest any steps they need to consider?
Yeah, I can. Not that anybody often takes any notice of what I suggest. The first thing is to have a national, if it's a national health organisation, is to have a consistent reference number for a patient right across the whole domain. So we don't have different numbers for the same patient at different locations, so that we can identify easily the patient's data or whatever facility they may attend. The second issue, none of this is necessarily technological in the obvious sense, is to ensure that you have a standard and agreed and enforceable vocabulary right across the domain. So that when that data is input into a system, that we know it's semantically interoperable. And then I think that, and they may not sound very dynamic, and that what I find very often is that countries that are developing this just think by obtaining the sort of technology, let's buy a, you know, an acute electronic medical record system or primary healthcare system. That in itself is going to solve the problem. I think it needs to be organised. And the third thing I think is that while technology plays a very important role in this change process, my experience suggests that these projects need to be clinically led. That this is about clinical change, using technology as the enabler. This is not about technology instructing clinicians of what they need to do. I think when you do that, you're less likely to get a successful outcome. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, I think that's a fantastic answer, some great advice there. Sadly, we're out of time now.
Okay.
So thank you very much, Michael, for for the great sort of outline you provided and the advice to people. And sort of just for raising those points for people to consider as we kind of move forwards.
I wish you all the best, and the world needs this, so good luck, and I hope that we can see this develop. It's needed all over the world. Very much.
Absolutely, thank you.
Thank you, Michael. God bless you.
So, all good things must come to an end, unfortunately. We've been treated to a really diverse range of topics today, from MHRA talking about the new approach to innovation and patient safety, sustainability, evolution of assurance services, and adoption of hybrid audit approaches, AI, FDA kind of looking at ISO 13485 adoption, and just the last presentation looking at standards in delivery of high quality, cost-effective health services. Thank you to all of the speakers for their preparation, for their excellent presentations, and for providing answers to some quite tricky questions at times. Quick reminder, please, when you receive your feedback form in a couple of days or in the next few days, please fill it in and send it back. It's really helpful to BSI and AAMI. And once you fill it in, send it back, then they'll be able to provide you with a copy of the recording for the conference and also the associated slides. It's well worth getting that feedback form in. Date for your diaries, going to be another conference next year, 28th and 29th of June 2023. More details to follow. So just finally falls to me to, from my own heart, thank you to BSI and AAMI for putting on this fantastic event. It's a really diverse sort of group of speakers over the 2 days. I've really enjoyed it, and I hope you have too. So thank you for attending, and we hope you've enjoyed the conference, and we'll see you next year. Thank you.